What if the guardians of heaven bore witness to humanity's darkest secrets? In the stillness of the celestial realm, where shadows dance along the edges of divine light, the cherubim loom as ancient sentinels, their presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. With wings that whisper of forgotten prophecies and eyes that have seen the rise and fall of empires, they stand as a testament to the mysteries woven into the fabric of existence. A single beat of their wings could shatter the silence, and the very air thrums with the weight of untold stories. Once, they were the embodiment of purity, tasked with protecting the sacred. But what happens when that purpose collides with the chaos of human ambition? The echoes of a cosmic battle reverberate through time, where light meets shadow, and where a single choice could tilt the balance of all creation. Beneath their serene exteriors lies a turbulent past, filled with betrayal, rebellion, and sacrifice. The fire of their judgment has scorched the unworthy, leaving nothing but whispers of regret in its wake. In a world where ancient texts lay buried under layers of dust, the truth of the cherubim's existence teeters on the edge of oblivion. They are not merely celestial beings. They are the keepers of a divine legacy that could unravel the very fabric of reality. Their stories intertwine with the fate of humanity, threading through the ages like a tapestry of light and darkness. What was it that drove one of their own to abandon the heavenly host? What secrets did they unearth in the depths of the cosmos that would alter the course of history forever? As the celestial clock ticks closer to midnight, a convergence of events stirs the long-dormant forces of creation. Whispers across dimensions speak of a forbidden knowledge, a prophecy that promises both destruction and redemption. The hearts of mortals beat in time with a cosmic rhythm that could awaken the cherubim from their slumber. In the hushed corners of the world, shadows flicker, and those who dare to seek the truth may find themselves ensnared in a web of celestial intrigue, where allies become enemies and faith is tested in the crucible of despair. The air crackles with tension as the lines between the sacred and the profane blur. Footsteps echo in sacred halls long abandoned by the light, and the clash of steel rings out in a battle for dominion over both heaven and earth. The cherubim, once mere spectators of human folly, are drawn into the fray, their very essence igniting with purpose. But as the skies darken and the celestial forces collide, will they remain the guardians of light, or will they descend into the abyss, forever changed? In this unraveling saga, history breathes, and the shadows deepen. As secrets unfold and destinies intertwine, the question lingers. When the fate of the world rests in the hands of the cherubim, who will rise and who will fall? The hour is upon us, and the celestial narrative is poised to ignite. In the flickering light of ancient fires, shadows danced along the walls of a stone-carved temple, where the air hummed with a sense of the sacred. It was here, in the cradle of civilization, that awe-inspiring beings known as cherubim first appeared, their forms woven into the very fabric of belief and storytelling. These were not mere figments of the imagination. They were majestic symbols of divine presence, guardians of the threshold between the earthly and the celestial. In the bustling marketplaces of ancient Mesopotamia, merchants whispered tales of beings that could soar through the heavens and guard the gates of paradise. The Sumerians spoke of powerful entities, half human and half animal, that could be seen etched into the stone tablets of temples dedicated to their gods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, the people marveled at their strange, hybrid forms. Wings spread wide, faces that radiated wisdom, and bodies adorned with the strength of a lion and the grace of an eagle. The very essence of the cherubim was embedded in the mystique of ancient art and architecture, beckoning the faithful to reflect upon the divine. As civilizations flourished, the cherubim transformed but never lost their enigmatic allure. In Babylon, they took on new shapes, becoming the guardians of the sacred ziggurats that towered above the plains, reaching for the heavens. The Assyrians would create sculptures so lifelike that one could almost hear the rustle of wings. Their presence was not merely decorative. It was a declaration of power, a reminder of the divine oversight that loomed over the lives of mortals. To stand in the presence of a cherub was to feel the weight of eternity resting upon one's shoulders, a mixture of fear and reverence that coursed through the veins. The ancient texts, inscribed with painstaking care, tell tales that evoke shivers of awe. The Epic of Gilgamesh spoke of creatures that walked alongside the gods, beings that could shape the fates of men with a mere flick of their wings. The stories told of great battles in the heavens, where cherubim were not just protectors but warriors, fierce in their loyalty to the divine. The very air seemed to crackle with energy as these tales were recounted around fires, a collective heartbeat of wonder echoing through the ages. As the influence of the Israelites spread across the region, the cherubim found a new home in the sacred texts of the Hebrew Bible. They were described as the throne-bearers of God, majestic beings who held the weight of the universe upon their shoulders. Their presence in the tabernacle, an elaborate tent constructed to house the divine, was a powerful statement of faith. Crafted with care, the golden cherubim stood guard over the Ark of the Covenant, their wings stretching protectively over the sacred relic that housed the tablets of law. The people, witnessing this, felt a rush of emotions: awe, fear, hope, and the undeniable sense of being watched over by a force greater than themselves. These winged guardians had a language of their own, one spoken through intricate carvings and vivid imagery. Artists poured their souls into every detail, creating not just representations but conduits of divine energy that could bridge the gap between the human and the divine. The cherubim became synonymous with the mystery that enveloped the sacred, stirring emotions that swelled like the tide, pulling the faithful into the depths of their spirituality. As the sun set each day, casting long shadows across the ancient lands, people would offer prayers to the cherubim, believing that these beings could carry their hopes and fears straight to the throne of the Almighty. The sound of whispered invocations floated through the air, blending with the rustling leaves and the distant calls of night creatures. It was a time when the boundary between the seen and unseen felt thin, and the presence of the cherubim seemed to loom larger than life. Each prayer was a thread woven into the tapestry of existence, binding the mortal to the divine. The stories of the cherubim rippled through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who sought solace and understanding. As kingdoms rose and fell, these beings endured, a testament to humanity's yearning for connection with that which is beyond comprehension. The ancient Near East, with its rich mosaic of cultures, became a fertile ground for the evolution of the cherubim, each civilization adding layers of meaning, complexity, and emotion. In Egypt, the cherubim took on yet another form, gracefully merging with the myriad of gods that populated the pantheon. The pharaohs believed these divine beings could shield them from the chaos of the world, granting them favor in both life and the afterlife. Statues adorned the pathways to temples, their eyes seemingly following the faithful, a reminder that the gods were always watching. The weight of their gaze stirred a mix of pride and dread, compelling people to live righteously lest they incur the wrath of the divine. With each passing century, the cherubim grew more intricate in their symbolism, embodying not only protection but also the complexities of human nature, love, fear, loss, and the insatiable quest for meaning. They were more than guardians. They were mirrors reflecting humanity's deepest desires and struggles. The stories surrounding them became woven into the very hearts and minds of those who sought to understand their place in the universe. The emotional resonance of the cherubim echoed through the corridors of time, transcending the ages and whispering promises of hope and understanding. As the sun rose on new civilizations, the legacy of the cherubim continued to unfold, shimmering like stardust upon the fabric of history. The air remained thick with anticipation, as if the very essence of the cherubim was imbued in the laughter of children, the prayers of the faithful, and the quiet moments of reflection. Their story was far from over. It was a living narrative that thrummed with life, ready to intertwine with the destinies of those who dared to dream beyond the horizon of the known. The whisper of wings lingered, ever present, as if urging the world forward into the next chapter of a tale that would never truly end. In the stillness of the evening, when the world holds its breath in anticipation, whispers of the divine sweep through the air like a soft breeze. The sun, a molten gold disk, dips beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the earth. It is in this twilight that the air thickens with the weight of stories untold, and among them, the tales of cherubim emerge, a timeless mystery that lingers in the sacred texts of Genesis and Exodus. In the beginning there was chaos, a formless void, and then came light. The Creator spoke, and existence blossomed like a flower bursting open to greet the dawn. Amidst this magnificent creation, the cherubim were woven into the very fabric of the universe. Not ordinary beings, but guardians, protectors of profound mysteries. Their forms a blend of human and celestial, draped in an aura of power and wisdom. They hovered on the edge of the earthly realm, shimmering like stars caught in the throes of a twilight sky. As the narrative unfolds, Adam and Eve stroll through the lush paradise of Eden, blissful and unburdened. Each leaf glistens with dew, and the air is thick with the scent of ripe fruit. But this paradise holds a secret, a boundary that must not be crossed. When the first humans succumb to temptation, the atmosphere shifts, heavy with sorrow. It is here that the cherubim make their entrance, not as whimsical figures but as formidable sentinels wielding flaming swords, tasked to guard the way to the tree of life. Their presence is a chilling reminder of the cost of disobedience, yet it pulses with a strange beauty, a fierce protection over something sacred. These winged beings, with their faces like those of men yet cloaked in mysteries beyond comprehension, stand resolute at the entrance to Eden. They are not merely guardians. They embody a raw, unyielding power that sends shivers down the spine. Their eyes glow with a fierce intelligence, reflecting the divine heart that beat through all creation. The story of humanity's fall reverberates through the ages, and the memory of the cherubim, with their fiery swords, etched into the minds of generations. How easily fear can be woven into the fabric of the heart, and how deeply it can echo through time. As the sands of time drift forward, the scene shifts to the days of the Exodus, when Israelite slaves cry out for deliverance. Their voices rise, a cacophony of pain, pleading for hope. The landscape is harsh, the sun relentless, yet hope glimmers faintly in the hearts of the oppressed. Amidst this turmoil, God calls forth a leader, Moses, a man destined to confront the might of Pharaoh. It is during this turbulent time that the cherubim reappear, not as guardians of a lost paradise, but as bearers of divine instruction, entwined in the very essence of the covenant with the people of Israel. In the wilderness, where the ground is parched and the air heavy with dust, God gives Moses the blueprint for the tabernacle. An ornate dwelling place, it will serve as a meeting point between the divine and the mundane. The instructions are clear. 2 cherubim, crafted from pure gold, should be placed atop the Ark of the Covenant. Their wings stretch wide, hovering protectively over the sacred space, embodying the presence of God itself. The imagery is striking. These celestial beings are not merely decorations but powerful symbols of protection and divine authority. They encapsulate the connection between heaven and earth, between the Creator and His chosen people. As the tabernacle is erected, the atmosphere crackles with anticipation. The Israelites gather, hearts pounding, as they sense the weight of the divine presence among them. The sight of the cherubim, glinting in the flickering candlelight, ignites a fire within their souls. It is a reminder that they are not alone in their journey through the wilderness. The cherubim stand vigilant, a bridge to the divine, reminding them that they are cherished, chosen, and guided by a power far greater than themselves. Yet, amid the awe, there is also a lingering fear, a recognition of their own frailty in the face of the divine. The cherubim, with their fierce beauty, evoke a bittersweet longing, a desire to draw closer to something sacred yet terrifying. The Israelites feel the weight of their past, the burden of their sins, and the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty. The cherubim, in their silent majesty, become symbols of both hope and warning, of promise and peril. Time marches on, and as the Israelites wander through the wilderness, the story of the cherubim intertwines with their journey. They are more than mere figures of awe. They embody the spirit of resilience, the fighting spirit of a people who dare to dream of freedom. The cherubim remind them of the divine covenant, a promise etched in the heavens, fueling their faith through trials and tribulations. Each time they catch a glimpse of the golden wings, they are ignited by a sense of purpose, a reminder that they are part of something far grander than their own lives. And so, The narrative of the cherubim continues, echoing through the ages, interwoven with the lives of those who seek to understand their place in the world. The shimmering figures, both fierce and gentle, remain ever-present, guardians of the sacred, whispering truths that transcend time. They evoke a sense of wonder and reverence, a dance between fear and faith that propels the soul onward, drawing humanity ever closer to the divine, to the mysteries that lie just beyond the horizon, waiting to be embraced. The sun dipped low, casting a warm golden hue over the desert sands as the Israelites gathered in hushed reverence. They watched with bated breath as the sacred tabernacle rose before them. It was more than a tent. It was a divine dwelling, adorned with rich colors and intricate designs, a sanctuary that bridged the gap between heaven and earth. The air buzzed with an electricity that felt almost palpable. Hidden within its folds were secrets that stirred the very soul and ignited a deep longing for connection. At the very heart of this sacred space, where the presence of God was said to dwell, stood the Ark of the Covenant, an ornate box crafted from acacia wood and covered in pure gold. But it wasn't just the Ark that captivated the heart. It was what rested upon it. Two magnificent cherubim, these celestial beings with wings outstretched, stood guard over the mercy seat, embodying a fierce and protective love. Their presence was overwhelming, invoking a sense of awe and reverence that could chill the spine. The cherubim were not just artistic embellishments. They were rich in symbolism and meaning. Each detail was meticulously crafted, every measurement significant. They stood tall, their wings arched upwards, reaching toward the heavens, while their faces were turned downward toward the mercy seat, as if gazing upon the very heart of God. The artisans who fashioned them poured their spirits into the work, driven by a divine inspiration that coursed through their veins. The cherubim served as a constant reminder of the holiness of God, a barrier between the ordinary and the divine. As the Israelites gazed upon the cherubim, they felt an overwhelming sense of protection. These winged guardians symbolized not only the presence of God but also his fierce love for his people. Yet, there was a tension in their beauty, a reminder that divine holiness could not be approached lightly. The seraphim, those fiery beings, were also a symbol of God's justice, a reminder that he is sovereign, unyielding. The contrast between love and justice painted a complex picture, one that resonated deeply in the hearts of those who beheld it. The tabernacle was alive with sounds, the rustle of the priest's robes, the crackle of the altar fire, the faint murmurs of the gathered faithful. For them, it was a sacred space, a thin veil between the earthly and the eternal. And at the center, the cherubim loomed large, their presence a constant beacon of hope. They promised that even amidst the chaos of life, God was ever present, watching over his people with a fierce love. But the tabernacle was not just a place of beauty. It was a testament to the covenant, the sacred promise between God and his people. The cherubim, in their majesty, stood as living witnesses to this promise. Each year, on the Day of Atonement, a sacrifice would be made, and the high priest would enter the Holy of Holies, passing through the veil that separated him from the sacred presence. In that moment, as he approached the ark and the cherubim above, an electric tension filled the air. Would the sacrifice be worthy? Would the people be forgiven? The stakes were high, and the cherubim, with their fierce countenances, were a reminder of the gravity of the moment. The tension peaked with each step the high priest took. The solemnity of the occasion was palpable, and the air thick with anticipation. Would he emerge alive, or would he fall before the holiness of God? The cherubim, with their wings extended, seemed to watch intently, holding their breath as they bore witness to the sacred exchange. In those moments, the space felt charged with history, echoing the prayers of generations past, all longing for mercy, redemption, and closeness to the divine. Around the tabernacle, the air shimmered with purpose. Families would gather, their hearts yearning for a connection that transcended the mundane. They would share stories of encounters with the divine, of dreams that brought hope, and visions of a promised land. The cherubim became a symbol of that hope, a reminder that love was powerful, that mercy was attainable, and that God's presence was tangible. As twilight descended, the flickering flames of the altar danced in the night, casting shadows that seemed to animate the walls of the tabernacle. The golden cherubim glimmered in the firelight, their forms shifting as though alive. It was in that moment that the faithful felt an unshakable bond with the divine. They understood that the cherubim were not just ornaments but protectors, intercessors weaving the fabric of the covenant between heaven and earth. The symbolism of the cherubim extended beyond mere guardianship. Their design echoed the broader themes of creation and divine order. Wings spread wide, they symbolized the connection between the heavens and the earth, a bridge between the Creator and His creation. It was an architectural marvel, echoing the very act of creation itself. Every fold of fabric that made up the tabernacle, every precious thread, was steeped in intention, designed to teach, to guide, and to remind. The Israelites marveled at the sheer beauty surrounding them, but they also felt the weight of the cherubim's gaze. Their eyes, although crafted from gold, felt alive, piercing through to the very core of those who approached. The cherubim were not just observers. They were participants in the sacred drama unfolding within the tabernacle. Each sacrifice, each prayer ascended toward them, and in their silent strength, they held the stories of the faithful, their hopes and regrets, their dreams and sorrows. In the distance, the sounds of the camp echoed through the night. Laughter mingled with the soft whispers of families sharing memories under the starry sky. The tabernacle stood as a beacon of hope, a promise that amidst the chaos of life, there was a place where one could encounter the divine. And at its heart, the cherubim remained vigilant, ever watchful, embodying the complex relationship between God and His people. A relationship filled with love, mercy, and an unyielding call to holiness. As the night deepened, the flickering flames cast an enchanting glow that illuminated the sacred space, wrapping the cherubim in a halo of mystery. The Israelites felt a pull, an irresistible urge to draw closer, to experience the divine presence that resided there. With every heartbeat, the promise of communion beckoned them. The cherubim, standing guard, whispered tales of mercy and grace to those willing to listen. In that moment, the boundaries of the earth and the heavens blurred, and the sacred became tangible, inviting the faithful to step into a profound encounter that would echo through eternity. The air was thick with a sacred hush, a silence so profound it seemed to pulse with life. The Garden of Eden, a lush paradise painted in vibrant greens and bursting with the colors of every imaginable fruit, held mysteries whispered among the leaves. Yet, at the very edge of this paradise, where sunlight danced and shadows played, stood two figures, their wings glimmering in the light. A pair of cherubim, guardians of a truth both beautiful and terrible. These celestial beings were not mere ornaments or ethereal spirits. They were the first line of defense against a fate woven by desire and folly. Their presence in the garden was an enigma, a fierce reminder of what was lost and what must not be touched. With bodies shimmering like the dawn and eyes that held the weight of eternity, the cherubim stood sentinel near the entrance to the tree of life, a majestic tree that hummed with energy and promise. They were fierce, a picture of divine authority draped in glory. As Adam wandered through the garden, blissfully unaware of the darkness that loomed just beyond the trees, he felt a strange pull toward the tree. Its fruits glistened like jewels, calling to him with a voice that was both seductive and shrouded in danger. He glanced toward the cherubim, their wings folded at their sides, yet their presence loomed larger than life. They were not there to merely watch. They were there to protect, to warn, and to remind all who dared approach that some knowledge was not meant for human hearts. Eve, graceful and curious, moved alongside Adam, her laughter echoing between the branches. She, too, felt the allure of the tree, a longing that quickened her heartbeat. Yet, the cherubim shifted as she approached, their eyes narrowing as the air thickened with tension. Each feather on their wings seemed to tremble with the weight of their duty, a reminder of what lay beyond the veil of innocence. The lush garden was a tapestry of joy, but it was also the cradle of impending sorrow. In the moments that followed, Eve reached a trembling hand toward the fruit, her fingers brushing the surface, where the sunlight refracted into 1,000 rainbows. The cherubim, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, flared their wings and stepped forward, their expressions fierce and unyielding. The beauty of their divine forms belied the urgency of their mission. They were not merely there to prevent entrance. They embodied the duality of creation, life and death, knowledge and ignorance. Suddenly, the world snapped into focus as Eve met the cherubim's gaze, the weight of their ancient wisdom crashing over her like a wave. "What do you seek?" Their presence seemed to whisper, a message carried on the wind. The question hung heavy in the air, echoing in her mind, urging her to reconsider the path she was about to take. But curiosity, that insatiable beast, clawed at her heart, pushing her beyond the boundaries of caution. Meanwhile, Adam felt a tremor of unease ripple through him. He turned toward Eve, his heart racing as he tried to decipher the unspoken conversation happening between her and the guardians. The shadows cast by the cherubim grew longer, stretching across the ground like dark fingers reaching for the light. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, the garden frozen in a fragile balance between temptation and restraint. The cherubim, resolute in their purpose, spread their wings wide, revealing a glint of light that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. They were a wall of divine power, a reminder that some paths lead to enlightenment, while others spiral into chaos. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of fruitful abundance mingled with the earthiness of the soil. Yet, beneath that fragrant mask, a danger lurked, waiting for the faintest crack to penetrate the paradise. Suddenly, the ground trembled ever so slightly as a shadow danced at the corner of their vision. A serpent, with scales that shone like polished emeralds, slithered into view. With its silken voice, it began to weave its insidious tale, promising knowledge and power that could rival the divine. The cherubim stiffened, their wings taut, as they sensed the shift in the atmosphere. The garden, once a sanctuary, was now a battleground, a clash of wills, a test of loyalty. Eve's gaze flickered from the serpent to the cherubim, the conflict within her growing. The serpent's words dripped with honey, promising a new understanding, a taste of immortality. But the cherubim stood firm, their presence a tangible wall of protection. "You shall not pass," they seemed to declare, their stance unwavering. But the heart often speaks louder than reason, and Eve's longing overpowered her fear. In a moment thick with emotion and tension, she reached out again, drawn to the allure of the fruit that dangled tantalizingly before her. The cherubim's eyes flared, a tempest of fury and despair swirling within their depths. They were not merely guardians. They were the keepers of a fragile balance, tasked with preserving the sanctity of creation itself. Adam, sensing the shift in the air, stepped forward, his heart pounding. "No!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the garden as he reached for her. But it was too late. Eve had already grasped the fruit, and the world around them teetered on the brink of irrevocable change. The cherubim unleashed a sound that resonated through the garden, a cry of both warning and mourning, a haunting melody that would echo in the annals of time. With that single act, the garden transformed. The harmonious laughter faded, replaced by a chilling silence that wrapped around the trees like a shroud. The cherubim, having fulfilled their duty, prepared to usher forth a new reality, one marked by consequences and the weight of choices. They circled around the couple, a brilliant display of wings and light, creating a barrier that would safeguard the sacred truth from those who could not bear its weight. The air crackled with an electric tension as the first crack of knowledge ripped through the fabric of Eden. The cherubim felt the shift of reality, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that paradise would never be the same again. They had done all they could, but the decision lay in the hands of humanity. And as the sun dipped low, casting an amber hue across the garden, the stage was set for a saga that would ripple through the ages, an eternal dance between light and darkness, freedom and consequence. Time moved forward, but the echoes of that fateful moment would linger like a haunting melody, entwined with the very essence of existence. The cherubim, now etched in the memory of the garden, prepared to fulfill their new role as both protectors and witnesses to the unfolding tale of humanity. Their wings shimmered with the weight of the world, as the first hints of loss and longing began to weave their way into the fabric of creation itself. A story that was just beginning to unfurl. A storm raged in the sky, dark clouds swirling like a tempest of divine wrath. Lightning crackled, illuminating the horizon with blinding flashes that seemed to carve the very essence of the heavens. In the midst of this chaos stood Ezekiel, a lone figure filled with a mixture of fear and awe, as he gazed up at the miraculous spectacle unfolding before him. Before his eyes, the extraordinary was about to take shape. From the vortex of the storm emerged four beings, majestic, terrifying, and otherworldly. Each one shone with a brilliance that made the sun seem dim in comparison. These were not mere angels. They were the cherubim, guardians of the divine presence, crafted from the very fabric of celestial mystery. Their faces bore the likeness of a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle, each symbolizing strength, courage, and the primal forces of creation. As they moved, their wings brushed against the air, creating a sound like the roar of rushing waters, a sound that resonated deep within Ezekiel's soul. The cherubim encircled a magnificent throne of sapphire, a throne that glimmered with the weight of divine authority. The brilliance emanating from it was overwhelming, almost too much to bear. Ezekiel's heart raced as he felt the pull of something greater than himself, an invitation to witness the majesty and mystery of God's Spirit. The profound nature of this vision was echoing in the corners of his mind, igniting a fire of revelation that would change him forever. Each cherub was a marvel of creation, their bodies adorned with eyes, endless eyes that saw everything, even the depths of human hearts. Ezekiel watched, entranced, as their wings stretched wide like the sails of enormous ships, soaring across the celestial expanse. The sight was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying, encapsulating the duality of divine power and love. It was a reminder that the heavens were not merely distant. They were alive, pulsating with divine energy and purpose. As the creatures moved, the wheels beside them began to turn. They were wheels within wheels, gleaming like polished bronze, spinning in perfect harmony with the cherubim. Each wheel was filled with eyes, observing the world around them, seeing it all: the joys, the sorrows, the laughter, and the tears. They moved with a fluid grace, following the cherubim wherever they went, a sign of the unwavering connection between heaven and earth. Ezekiel shivered as he realized that this was no ordinary sight. This was a glimpse into the very nature of God's omniscience. As if sensing Ezekiel's awe, the cherubim began to speak, their voices like thunder echoing in his ears. They proclaimed the glory of the Lord, recounting stories of creation, of the delicate balance of life and death, of love and judgment. Each word painted vivid images in Ezekiel's mind, of a world designed with purpose, of humanity's struggles against the shadows of despair, and of the everlasting promise of hope. His heart swelled with emotion, a mixture of dread and exhilaration, as he felt the weight of their words settle heavily upon him. But what struck him most was the sense of urgency in their voices. They were not just recounting tales. They were calling him to action. Each vision, each eye that blinked with unyielding scrutiny, demanded a response from the prophet. Ezekiel could feel the weight of the world resting on his shoulders, a burden that he was both terrified and honored to carry. The cherubim were not just messengers. They were a call to witness, a call to speak truth in the face of despair, a call to bring light to a world shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A great brightness enveloped the throne, and from it emanated a figure, glorious and radiant, with fire and warmth that seemed to pulse with life itself. Ezekiel's breath caught in his throat. He was witnessing the presence of God. The sight was overwhelming, like staring directly into the sun. The figure exuded authority and love, capturing the essence of everything he had ever longed for. It was a moment that transcended time, one that would remain etched in his memory forever. In that instant, the weight of his calling became clear. He was not merely a bystander. Ezekiel was chosen to be a messenger, a voice for the voiceless. The cherubim flanked the throne, their eyes fixated on him, urging him to accept this divine mission. The fear that had once gripped his heart began to morph into a fierce resolve. He felt the power surge through him, igniting a fire in his spirit that would not be easily extinguished. As he stood in the presence of the Almighty, Ezekiel understood that the visions were not just for him. They were for the people. They were a warning, a plea, a promise. He must carry these revelations back to a world in chaos, a world that had lost its way, a world that desperately needed to hear the words of hope and truth. With every heartbeat, he felt the weight of history pressing upon him. The cries of generations past, the dreams of a future yet to be written. As the vision began to fade, and the cherubim withdrew into the swirling storm, Ezekiel remained, trembling yet empowered. The air crackled with a sacred intensity, and he knew that the journey was just beginning. The echoes of their voices lingered in his mind, urging him forward into the unknown, into the battles that lay ahead. The connection between heaven and earth had been established, and he would not let it be broken. The storm subsided, but the fire within him burned brighter than ever. The reality of the visions left him breathless, teeming with anticipation and trepidation. He stood ready, poised to step into a world screaming for restoration. The voices of the cherubim still whispered in the air around him, urging him to carry the weight of what he had seen to those who had lost their way. With every step he took, he could feel the pulsating connection with the divine, leading him onward into the unfolding narrative of his life, one marked by purpose, passion, and an unyielding commitment to truth. In the hush of the ancient temple, the air crackled with anticipation. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, revealing the golden sheen of the Ark of the Covenant, a sacred chest cloaked in mystery. Atop this revered artifact rested two cherubim, their wings outstretched in a protective embrace, the very embodiment of divine presence. As the priests performed their rituals, murmurs of awe filled the space. The cherubim were not mere ornaments. They were the living symbols of God's unapproachable holiness and the fierce guardians of his will. These celestial beings, often depicted as youthful figures with wings and a sense of both tenderness and ferocity, served a crucial role in the spiritual landscape of ancient Israelite religion. Their very presence evoked a sense of wonder and trepidation. What were these beings that hovered so close to the divine? They were the bridge between heaven and earth, the messengers of God, and the guardians of sacred spaces. Each wing, each gaze was laden with meaning, whispering secrets of the divine order to those who dared to listen. Cherubim were seen not just as protectors, but as powerful symbols of God's glory and authority. The ancient Israelites understood their presence as a reminder of the divine covenant between God and his people. They were intricately woven into the fabric of religious life, appearing prominently in the descriptions of the tabernacle and later, the temple in Jerusalem. When the high priest entered the Holy of Holies, it was the cherubim that stood vigilant, their eyes seemingly piercing through the veil, watching, waiting, ready to declare the holiness of the moment. As the sacred stories were recounted around flickering fires, the imagery of cherubim stirred deep emotions. They were the embodiment of God's mercy and judgment, a duality that resonated with the struggles of the people. The Israelites, often caught between their failures and the hope of redemption, found solace in the sight of the cherubim. If these magnificent beings watched over the ark, then surely the Lord had not abandoned them. Their wings, poised in eternal vigilance, offered a sense of safety to the faithful, a reminder that they were never truly alone. The artistry surrounding these celestial guardians sparked fascination and worship. Skillful hands carved them in wood, hammered them in gold, and painted them in vibrant colors, pouring devotion into every detail. Each line and curve reflected the reverence the Israelites felt toward their God, conveying not just beauty but a profound understanding of the divine mystery. The cherubim were the embodiment of the divine presence, and to witness them was to catch a glimpse of the otherworldly. As stories of the cherubim wove through generations, they also became a symbol of God's power over chaos. In the ancient Near East, the cherubim represented the cosmic order established by God, standing in stark contrast to the forces of chaos and disorder. They were not just guardians of the temple, they were warriors in the celestial battle against evil. Their presence invoked a sense of awe and reverence, as if to say, "Here stands the might of the Creator, fiercely protecting what is sacred." During times of crisis, when the Israelites faced invasion or despair, the imagery of the cherubim served as a rallying cry. Their wings, majestic and unwavering, became symbols of hope and divine intervention. The stories told of how these divine beings descended to assist the faithful, revealing a God who cared deeply for his people. The cherubim were not distant figures. They became intimate allies in the struggles of life. Even in the darkest hours, as the Israelites grappled with their shortcomings and failures, the cherubim stood as reminders of God's enduring love and forgiveness. They whispered tales of mercy, echoing the promise that no sin was too great to be reconciled. They represented a God who desired a relationship with his people, who longed for them to approach him, albeit with reverence. The tension between fear and love hung palpably in the air, a dance that defined the very essence of faith. But with such proximity to the divine also came the heavy weight of responsibility. The Israelites understood that cherubim were not just benevolent protectors. They were embodiments of God's justice. The wings that offered protection could also signal warning. Those who approached the sacred space must do so with humility, for to enter the presence guarded by the cherubim was to encounter the very essence of holiness. The tension between accessibility and separateness created a rich tapestry of beliefs woven into the fabric of their worship. As the rituals unfolded, the cherubim bore witness to the sacred acts of atonement, their presence transforming ordinary moments into extraordinary encounters with the divine. The blood of the sacrifices was offered in the shadow of their wings, a powerful reminder that life and death were forever intertwined in the pursuit of forgiveness. In those intense moments, it was as if the cherubim themselves were weeping for the sins of humanity, embodying the weight of both grief and grace. The cherubim became not just figures of worship but conduits of emotion, reflecting the deep longings of the human heart. The tension of seeking God while acknowledging human frailty played out in every prayer whispered in the shadow of their wings. They were the facilitators of connection, guiding the faithful toward a deeper understanding of their relationship with the Almighty. The stories of the cherubim echoed through time, intertwining with the lives of those who sought to know God. Their significance transcended mere symbolism. They were alive with the breath of history, wrapped in the fabric of faith that spanned centuries. Their wings, adorned with intricate designs, bore witness to the struggles and triumphs of a people who longed for divine embrace. And as the shadows lengthened in the temple, the cherubim remained, quiet yet powerful. They embodied the unyielding bond between the Creator and his creation, a thread that wove through the hearts of the faithful. Their presence was an eternal reminder that while the road may be fraught with challenges, the hope of divine connection remained steadfast. With every prayer, every offering, the cherubim whispered back, urging the Israelites to continue their journey of faith, to seek that shimmering light just beyond the veil, where the divine awaited, arms wide open. In the quiet stillness of a moonlit night, a profound sense of the divine beckons. Shadows dance softly across the landscape, and an almost tangible presence stirs the air. Something powerful, ancient, and sacred. This is where the cherubim reside, where their wings spread wide, and their eyes behold the mysteries of creation. In the Psalms, these ethereal beings are not mere decorations of heavenly narratives. They are vital threads woven into the fabric of humanity's connection with God. The Psalms speak vividly of these celestial creatures. When the psalmist declares, "You who sit enthroned between the cherubim, shine forth," the imagery leaps off the page. It evokes a vision so striking that one can almost hear the rustle of their wings. The cherubim, often depicted as guardians of sacred spaces, symbolize the divine presence that watches over humanity. Their majesty is beyond comprehension, yet they invite both awe and reverence. These winged beings were not born of fantasy. Their roots trace back to the ancient Near Eastern cultures that influenced early Hebrew thought. In those times, the cherubim were often seen as protectors of the divine realm, and they were depicted in art and literature as fierce, awe-inspiring creatures guarding the threshold between heaven and earth. Within the Psalms, the cherubim serve as a stunning reminder of God's closeness and might. They are not just guardians. They are the ones through whom divine glory manifests. In Psalm 18, the imagery intensifies. The psalmist cries out, "He rode on a cherub and flew. He soared on the wings of the wind." The words evoke an exhilarating rush, sparking a vision of God in swift movement, powerfully present yet tender in nature. The cherubim here become a chariot, carrying the divine presence into the fray of life's battles. Can you feel the heart pounding, the pulse quickening as God, riding on the wings of these celestial beings, enters into the chaos? As the narrative unfolds, the cherubim act as a bridge, uniting the sacred and the human. In Psalm 80, they appear once more. "Shine forth, you who sit enthroned between the cherubim." This plea resonates with desperation, a longing for God to reveal his presence and mercy amidst trials. Here, the cherubim symbolize hope, a beacon of light in the darkness of despair. Their presence is a reminder that even in moments of anguish, divine support is ever near. The cherubim's role in the Psalms is deeply intertwined with Israel's history. As God instructed Moses on the construction of the Ark of the Covenant, he commanded that 2 cherubim be crafted from gold, their wings stretching over the mercy seat. This sacred object became a focal point of worship in the Israelite community, embodying God's promise to dwell among his people. Thus, every time the psalmist calls upon the cherubim, there is a rich history echoing through the verses, a reminder of the covenant and the divine promise that sustains through generations. The emotional weight of these poetic representations is palpable. The imagery conjures feelings of safety and urgency, of a deep yearning for divine intervention. In moments of personal strife or communal suffering, the presence of the cherubim offers both comfort and challenge. God is near, yet the call to holiness is unwavering. The tension between divine majesty and human frailty is beautifully captured in these verses, resonating within the hearts of those who seek to understand their place in the universe. In Psalm 99, the cherubim are called upon again, heralding the holiness of God. "The Lord reigns, let the nations tremble. He sits enthroned between the cherubim, let the earth shake." This is a vivid proclamation, a thunderous declaration that shakes the very ground beneath one's feet. The cherubim are more than mere beings. They serve as a reflection of God's authority. Their presence brings forth awe, and in that awe, reverence is born. The earth trembling beneath the weight of divine presence elicits a sense of vulnerability, a reminder that humanity exists in a delicate balance with the sacred. In the rhythm of the Psalms, the cherubim come alive, their wings creating a symphony that echoes through the ages. The emotional cadence flows between declarations of glory and cries for mercy, weaving a tapestry of faith that resonates deeply within the human soul. A psalmist's voice rises in fervent prayer, pleading for divine presence while acknowledging the overwhelming power it bears. The interplay of fear and devotion encapsulates the human experience, wondering at the vastness of God while yearning for a personal connection. As the Psalms continue to unfold, the cherubim remain steadfast, their very essence a reminder of the divine promise. They are the thread that connects heaven and earth, assuring the faithful that they are never truly alone. The creatures, with their wings like clouds and eyes that see all, witness the struggles, hopes, and dreams of humanity. They are not distant entities. They draw closer, intertwining their existence with the lives of those who call upon God. Through these verses, the weight of history presses in. The ancient echoes reverberate through the ages, reminding the faithful that the cherubim have always been present. They are the guardians of sacred spaces, the watchers of the divine, and the heralds of God's unfathomable love. This sacred connection is not merely a relic of the past. It is alive, throbbing with emotion and tension, urging believers to seek, to question, and to embrace the divine presence that surrounds them. As the night deepens, the shadows flicker and pulse, reminiscent of the cherubim's wings. The air thickens with anticipation, each heartbeat resonating with the promise of the divine. Through the pages of the Psalms, the invitation remains, an open door to commune with the sacred, to feel the presence of the cherubim, and to know that God is indeed within reach, forever intertwined with the fabric of life itself. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient stone walls of the temple. A hush fell over the air, thick with anticipation, as whispers of the past brushed against the skin like a gentle breeze. Here, in this sacred space, the weight of history felt palpable, and the silence was heavy with the presence of something otherworldly. In the dim light, the cherubim stood sentinel, their carved wings unfurled majestically, poised as guardians of the sacred. These were not mere decorations. They were embodiments of divine protection, their faces reflecting an unyielding resolve. Each cherub's expression was meticulously crafted, a blend of strength and serenity, imbuing the space with an aura of reverence. The ancient artisans who shaped their forms poured not only skill but also deep devotion into their creation. As night deepened, the flicker of candlelight danced upon the cherubim's wings, casting shadows that seemed to come alive. Legends spoke of these celestial beings, charged with a holy duty, to shield the sacred from the unworthy and to guide the faithful through the threshold of the divine. Temple worshippers, their hearts pounding with anticipation, brought offerings of incense and prayer, seeking the protection and guidance of these majestic figures. During times of strife, the cherubim became symbols of hope. When the skies darkened and storms raged, believers would gather, their voices rising in fervent supplication. They sought the cherubim's intercession, believing that these guardians would stand between them and despair. The stories of miraculous interventions were woven into the fabric of the community, passed down through generations. Tales of desperate prayers answered, of enemies vanquished and peace restored, set the hearts of the faithful ablaze with fervor. In the shadow of these statues, a child stood wide-eyed, mesmerized by the sheer majesty before her. She reached out, fingers trembling, as if she could touch the divine. In that moment, she felt a connection, a spark igniting her imagination. The walls whispered secrets, and she could hear the echoes of ancient chants, the rustle of robes, and the sound of sandals on stone. Each note held a promise, each sigh a prayer. It was a moment suspended in time, where the past and present collided, leaving her breathless. But the guardianship of the cherubim was not solely for the faithful. They also stood as a warning, a reminder that the sacred must be honored. In history, there were those who dared to trespass against the divine. Kings and rulers, blinded by their arrogance, sought to manipulate the sacred for their own gain. The cherubim would not allow it. Histories were written of those who crossed the threshold and faced the wrath of the divine. Nations brought to their knees, empires crumbled, all because they underestimated the power of the guardians. In the dim light, a figure moved stealthily through the temple, eyes darting with a mix of reverence and fear. He was a scholar, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, yet aware of the stories that warned against disturbing the sacred. As he approached the cherubim, the air thickened with tension. He could almost hear the beating of his heart echoing in the silence. Would they welcome him, or would they unleash their fury for his intrusion? As he traced the intricate carvings with trembling fingers, he felt a surge of energy, a crackle of the divine coursing through him. It was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. The cherubim seemed to come alive, their wings fluttering imperceptibly, as if acknowledging his presence. His breath caught in his throat, a mixture of awe and dread. Those who approached uninvited understood the consequences. The stories told of shadows sweeping over the land, of cries echoing through the night. Yet he could not pull away. The desire to understand, to grasp the mysteries that lay within the sacred space, was too strong. He felt the weight of history on his shoulders as he stood before the cherubim, caught between the reverence of the moment and the danger of his actions. Would he become part of the stories told in hushed tones, a cautionary tale woven into the fabric of the community? Meanwhile, in another corner of the ancient world, a great calamity unfolded. A fire raged through a city, consuming all in its path. The people, filled with terror, sought refuge in the temples adorned with cherubim. They pressed against the walls, praying for safety, for deliverance from the inferno that threatened to devour them whole. In their darkest hour, they looked to the cherubim for protection, the guardians standing steadfast amidst the chaos. As the flames licked hungrily at the temple's entrance, a miraculous sight unfolded. The cherubim seemed to glow, their wings illuminated by an ethereal light as if the heavens themselves had descended to shield the faithful. The raging fire, once a harbinger of doom, began to waver, retreating from the sacred. The people, emboldened by the sight, lifted their voices in unison, chanting prayers of gratitude and hope. The legends swirled in the air like the smoke from the embers, carrying with them the weight of belief. The cherubim became symbols of resilience, their forms frozen in time yet alive with the spirit of protection. The moment transcended reality, and the people felt an unbreakable bond with the divine. Back in the temple, the scholar, now entranced, closed his eyes. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath him, the heartbeat of history echoing through the stones. The cherubim watched, eternal and unyielding, their presence a reminder that sacred spaces were not merely buildings. They were bridges between the divine and the mortal. With each heartbeat, the tension in the air thickened. The past, present, and future intertwined in the sacred silence as the scholar felt a shift, a beckoning to uncover the truth hidden in the sanctity of the space he stood within. The cherubim, guardians of the sacred, awaited, their stories yet to be told. The night stretched on, filled with wonder and fear, as shadows danced and the future loomed just beyond the horizon, ready to unfold. A thunderous roar echoed through the vast expanse of the heavens, a sound so powerful it reverberated in the souls of all who heard it. For those who gazed upon the shimmering skyline, a sight both terrifying and beautiful unfolded, a vision that sent shivers down their spines. The great throne stood at the center of it all, radiant and overwhelming, surrounded by an aura of divine presence that made even the boldest hearts tremble. In this celestial scene, the cherubim emerged, their forms a striking blend of might and mystery. They were not just simple guardians. They were creatures woven into the very fabric of creation, each bearing the weight of cosmic secrets. With 4 faces, each one embodying the essence of life itself, these beings were both awe-inspiring and unsettling. One face resembled a lion, fierce and regal, representing strength and authority. Another bore the likeness of an ox, embodying servitude and labor. The face of a man, reflecting intelligence and emotion, stood alongside the face of an eagle, soaring high above the earth, carrying whispers from the heavens. This intricate blend of forms was a reminder of the complex nature of existence, intertwining the earthly with the divine. As the cherubim moved, their wings unfurled like the sails of mighty ships, stirring the very air around them. They were alive with energy, a radiant force that pulsed with the heartbeat of the cosmos. Each flap of their wings created waves of sound, a symphony that melded with the fervent worship of those who surrounded the throne. The countless voices praised and worshipped, filling the atmosphere with a sense of urgency and reverence. It was a chorus that echoed through the ages, a sound that told the tale of judgment and redemption, of love and wrath. Their eyes, countless and piercing, seemed to see everything and yet reveal nothing. Each blink could signify the weighing of souls, the determination of fates. Those eyes held the wisdom of ages, witnessing the rise and fall of kingdoms, the joys and sorrows of humanity. They were observers of the eternal struggle between good and evil, a never-ending battle that played out on the earthly stage below. Those who dared to meet their gaze felt the weight of their knowledge, a burden of truth that few could bear. As the skies darkened, filled with swirling clouds and a palpable sense of foreboding, the scene shifted, becoming more dramatic. The cherubim began to move in unison, their wings creating a storm that rumbled like distant thunder. They were not merely observers. They were active participants in the unfolding drama of creation. With each beat of their wings, the earth trembled, and the seas roared, reflecting the chaos that was about to unfold. In that moment, a scroll appeared, sealed tightly with a promise and a mystery yet to be unraveled. The very air crackled with anticipation. Who could open it? Who was worthy? The question hung heavy, filling the hearts of the faithful with both hope and despair. The cherubim, guardians of the sacred knowledge held within, watched with an intensity that could ignite the hearts of the brave. They were the gatekeepers of destiny, and their silence spoke volumes. As the first seal was broken, a hush fell over the congregation of heavenly beings. From the depths of silence came a rider on a white horse, crowned with victory yet shrouded in the unknown. The cherubim watched, their expressions shifting as they bore witness to the unfolding of prophecy. Each seal that was broken revealed a new horror or hope, a new chapter in the story of humankind. The beasts of the earth trembled under the weight of their destiny, moving under the watchful gaze of the cherubim. Flashes of lightning illuminated the sky as the second seal was opened, unleashing a rider on a red horse, brandishing a sword of conflict. With this came the promise of war, a reality that would soon echo through the land. The cherubim, with their majestic wings and fierce countenances, stood ready, guardians in a time of turmoil. Their presence was both a warning and a comfort, signaling that even amid chaos, the divine plan remained intact. The third seal revealed a rider on a black horse, bringing famine and despair in his wake. The scales he carried weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. The cherubim watched closely, their eyes flickering with the flame of judgment and compassion. It was a dance between life and death, a reminder of the fragility of existence. The world below teetered on the edge, and the cherubim were ever watchful, holding the balance between hope and hopelessness. As the final seal approached, the air thickened with tension. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath. The cherubic figures, ethereal yet powerful, were not just messengers. They were harbingers of change. Their presence served as a bridge between the divine and the human, a reminder that in every moment of darkness, light was never far behind. The atmosphere shimmered with promise, as if the very fabric of reality was about to be rewritten. With the breaking of the final seal, a multitude of souls cried out, their voices rising like a mighty roar. The cherubim, with their awe-inspiring forms and transcendent energy, became the ushering force of the final reckoning. They towered above, unyielding in their purpose, a constant reminder that the end was but a new beginning. Their gaze, piercing and profound, bore witness to the depths of despair and the heights of joy, all intertwined in the grand narrative of existence. In that moment, the horizon shimmered with the colors of impending change, and the air crackled with electric anticipation. The cherubim, majestic and haunting, continued their eternal watch, poised between the weight of the world and the unfolding glory of divine promise. The drama of creation continued, with every being celestial and earthly, caught in the web of their influence. The throne remained steadfast, the heart of all that was, is, and ever would be, as the cherubim prepared for the next act in this grand symphony of life. A vision of angelic beings, with wings outstretched and eyes that pierce through the veils of the ordinary, dances vividly in the minds of those who dare to dream. Cherubim, those enigmatic figures woven into the tapestry of Jewish tradition, flicker like candlelight across ancient texts and oral histories, drawing us closer to their fascinating evolution through the ages. In the beginning, they were guardians of the divine, fierce yet beautiful, appearing as symbols of profound protection. The book of Genesis reveals them as sentinels, standing watch at the entrance of the Garden of Eden, wielding flaming swords. They were not mere decorations. They were the living, breathing essence of divine authority. Those first glimpses left traces within the hearts of the faithful, igniting fear and reverence in equal measure. With every flicker of firelight, the stories of these celestial beings began to shape human understanding of the divine, evolving from simple protectors to complex symbols of God's presence. As centuries turned, the cherubim's image shifted dramatically. They transformed from fierce guardians into something more approachable, more complex. An embodiment of divine love mingled with justice, a duality that captured the hearts of the people. In the visions of the prophets, they became more than just symbols. They were integral to the heavenly court, where they surrounded the throne of God, their wings brushing against one another in a celestial symphony. Each flap of their wings echoed in the chambers of heaven, creating a sound that resonated through the ages. This evolution sparked a mix of awe and terror, leading believers to ponder the mysteries of faith and existence. The early Jewish scholars, tasked with interpreting these transformative images, pored over texts, seeking to unravel the meanings hidden in the lines. Their writings breathed life into the cherubim, as they were depicted as beings of wisdom and guardians of the sacred secrets of the universe. The cherubim, with their complex forms, some with 4 faces, others with human-like bodies, became metaphors for the mysteries of creation itself. They stood at the intersection of heaven and earth, as if whispering ancient truths into the ears of humanity. Each description painted a vibrant picture, awakening the imagination and deepening the emotional connection to these celestial guardians. The artistic renditions of cherubim reflected this growing complexity. The walls of synagogues and early cathedrals adorned with intricate carvings and paintings depicted cherubim not as terrifying figures, but as playful, childlike spirits, radiating warmth and love. The shift sparked conversations among scholars and worshippers alike. How could beings so close to God possess such joy? What did it mean for those seeking solace in their presence? These questions lingered in the air, crackling with the electricity of curiosity and contemplation. As the Jewish people faced persecution and exile, the cherubim became symbols of hope. In times of despair, believers turned to the stories of these divine beings, finding comfort in their steadfastness. The cherubim's role as protectors morphed into that of guardians of the spirit, embodying the resilience of the Jewish faith. In tales told around flickering candles during long nights of prayer and reflection, the cherubim became a source of strength. They were not just figures of history. They were companions in the struggle for identity and survival. In the mystical traditions of Kabbalah, cherubim took on a new layer of significance. They were seen as vessels of divine light, messengers bridging the gap between the finite and the infinite. The intricate symbols of the Kabbalists painted them as dynamic forces within the spiritual realm, capable of transforming human experience. The cherubim danced in the minds of those who sought deeper understanding, embodying the paradox of being both close to the divine yet ever elusive. The interplay of light and shadow in Kabbalistic thought echoed the complexity of the human soul, entwining the earthly and the celestial in a mesmerizing embrace. The evolution of cherubim in Jewish thought was not a linear path. It was a winding road fraught with challenges and revelations. In the writings of Jewish philosophers during the Middle Ages, cherubim became subjects of rigorous debates. What did it mean to envision these beings? How did they relate to the nature of God? The discussions were passionate, filled with the fervor of believers grappling with faith and logic. The cherubim stood at the center of these conversations, representing the multifaceted relationship between humanity and the divine. As these ideas flowed through the minds of generations, the cherubim emerged not only as guardians but also as reflections of the human condition. Their imagery became intertwined with the emotions of longing, protection, and the quest for understanding. They were reminders that even amid chaos, the divine watches over humanity. They encapsulated the essence of hope, a beacon that illuminated the darkest nights of despair, urging the faithful to rise above their trials. Even in modern times, the cherubim remain vibrant in the collective consciousness, appearing in literature, art, and popular culture. Each representation carries the weight of history, echoing the whispers of those who came before. They stir emotions that pulse through the heart like the beat of a drum, reminding us of our shared journey through faith and existence. With each new interpretation, the cherubim shift and adapt, reflecting the evolving nature of belief itself. As the pages of history turn, the cherubim continue to be a source of fascination, a magical blend of strength and grace, mystery and comfort. Their legacy is woven into the fabric of Jewish thought, a living testament to the power of belief and the unending quest for connection to the divine. In the shadows of ancient texts and the flickering light of modern interpretations, they beckon humanity ever closer, whispering truths that transcend time and space, intertwining souls in a dance that has no end. In the ancient world, where the sun dipped below the horizon casting long shadows over the Mesopotamian plains, the air shimmered with stories of gods and creation. A lone figure stood at the edge of a temple, its stones worn by time and whispered legends. The inscribed images on the walls spoke of majestic beings, winged and radiant, guarding sacred places. These beings, half human and half divine, were more than mere decorations. They were the essence of a civilization's beliefs and fears, and they would echo through the ages. Through the haze of history, one can almost hear the chants of priests as they invoked the names of deities like Marduk and Ishtar. These gods adorned the heavens, powerful and terrible, yet they were not alone. Beside them were creatures that stirred the imagination. Cherubs, whose forms were inspired by the very beings that roamed the Mesopotamian universe. With their unexpected blend of innocence and ferocity, these cherubic figures took flight in the hearts of those who beheld them, embodying a mix of tenderness and strength. In the art of ancient Mesopotamia, the cherub emerged as a hybrid, unlike anything the world had seen. With the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and a human face, these creatures were guardians of the divine. They stood sentinel over sacred lands, representing the balance between chaos and order, protection and vulnerability. Their eyes sparkled with an unsettling wisdom, as if they could see into the very souls of those who dared approach. One could sense their presence even in the softest breeze, the rustle of leaves becoming a gentle reminder of their watchful gaze. The influence of these ancient beings rippled through time, crossing borders and merging with other cultures. The image of the cherub, once a fierce protector, began to soften, adopting a new form that would resonate with later generations. The warmth of love and the glow of innocence replaced the raw power of the original Mesopotamian creations, yet the essence remained. It was a transformation that tugged at the strings of the heart, inviting all to question the nature of divinity and companionship. In the art of the ancient Hebrews, the cherub was reimagined. No longer solely a guardian of temples, they became symbols of divine presence and connection. Their wings, once spread wide in fierce protection, now wrapped around the faithful like a warm embrace. The image of cherubim found in the Bible echoed the majesty of their Mesopotamian ancestors, yet with a new softness that suggested comfort rather than fear. It was as if the world had shifted, and these beings were now messengers of hope rather than mere protectors of the sacred. The emotional pull of these changes was palpable, as artists depicted cherubs cradling the souls of the lost, their faces reflecting the agony and ecstasy of human existence. The duality of their nature was mesmerizing, part angel, part guardian, part friend. Each stroke of the brush captured not just the physical attributes but the very essence of what it meant to be caught between two worlds. The cherubs, born from the heart of Mesopotamian myth, whispered secrets of love and loss, drawing hearts closer together even as they stood guard. In the grand cathedrals of the later ages, the cherubic form continued to evolve, transcending time and geography. They adorned ceilings and altars, their innocent smiles bringing comfort to weary souls. The echoes of their Mesopotamian roots lingered, reminding the faithful of a time when the divine was both fearsome and tender. Artists struggled to encapsulate the complexity of these beings, their works a testament to the interplay of light and shadow, joy and sorrow. As the cherubs became symbols of divine love in the Christian tradition, the influence of Mesopotamian mythology remained woven into their very fabric. The way they were portrayed, wings spread wide, faces glowing with an unearthly light, was a nod to their origins. The blend of attributes, the intertwining of strength and gentleness, spoke of a rich heritage that could not be ignored. It was as if the spirits of ancient Mesopotamian guardians lingered, offering a sense of continuity that bridged vast expanses of time and belief. Each cherub carried echoes of their ancestral spirits, whispers of ancient songs lingering in their very features. They became more than mere artistic creations. They were vessels of emotion, reflecting the joys and sorrows of humanity across centuries. In their gaze, one could find solace, a connection to something greater than oneself. The warmth of their presence was a balm for the troubled soul, a reminder of the divine love that transcended the ages. As the light flickered in candlelit sanctuaries, the stories of the cherubim danced in the hearts of worshippers. They felt the pulse of history, the weight of belief pressing gently on their shoulders. The juxtaposition of the fierce protectors of ancient Mesopotamian temples and the soft guardians of love and faith created a tapestry of emotion that was impossible to resist. The cherubs sang of the human experience, of longing and loss, of hope and redemption, their voices mingling with the prayers of countless souls who sought comfort in their embrace. In those moments of reflection, history and emotion intertwined, creating a timeless bond between past and present. As the warm glow of the candles flickered, the soft whispers of cherubic beings filled the air, a melody that resonated with the very core of existence. The influence of Mesopotamian mythology pulsed quietly beneath the surface, a reminder that every brushstroke, every chiseled figure, carried with it the weight of ages and the dreams of humanity. And so, the story of the cherubs continued, a never-ending dance between the divine and the earthly, their origins woven into the fabric of faith and art. The echoes of their past would forever ripple through time, casting a light on the path ahead, inviting all who dared to listen to the whispers of the ancients. And the emotions they inspired would linger long after the final stroke of the brush, as new depictions of these beloved beings began to emerge, waiting to share their stories yet again. In the flickering light of ancient candles, shadows danced along the stone walls of a Jerusalem study, where scholars huddled, their faces etched with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. They whispered fervently about beings of great mystery, the cherubim, winged creatures who flanked the very throne of God, their presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. One could hear the rustle of parchment, the scratching of quills, and the intonation of Hebrew words that breathed life into these ethereal beings. In the minds of the rabbis, cherubim were not just figures of artistic grandeur. They were the bridge between the divine and the mundane, symbols of protection and fierce guardianship. Imagine the weight of their wings, heavy with divine purpose, wrapping around the sacred Ark of the Covenant, a sanctuary for the tablets of the law. You could almost hear the whispers of the ancients as they spoke of cherubim bearing the secrets of creation, their forms both beautiful and fearsome, evoking a sense of wonder that could fill a room and silence the most disruptive thoughts. As the scholars debated, they uncovered layers of interpretations, each one pulling back another veil on the cherubim's purpose. One rabbi recounted a vision, recalling how cherubim were believed to embody the duality of mercy and judgment. Their faces, one fierce and one gentle, represented the balance that God maintained in the universe. In that tension, the room felt charged. It was as if the very air hummed with energy, reminding all present of the weight of their discourse. Another scholar, his eyes bright with fervor, spoke of the cherubim's role as protectors of sacred spaces. "Think," he exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. "What if they are more than just guardians? What if they are the very essence of God's will manifesting in the world?" The thought hung in the air, palpable and electric, resonating with the others as they nodded in agreement, caught in the spell of their own imaginations. In the writings of the Talmud, cherubim were depicted as more than mere ornamentation. They were called to bear witness to the unfolding story of humanity, a narrative fraught with struggle and grace. The imagery grew more vivid as tales of their power unfolded. A rabbi recounted how, during the Exodus, the cherubim were said to have guided the Israelites through the wilderness, their wings shielding the people from harm while offering whispers of hope. The room seemed to pulse with the collective heartbeat of those present, each person feeling the weight of their history as they heard of divine intervention woven into the very fabric of their lives. Yet not all interpretations were harmonious. Some voices rose in tension as disputes sparked over the fundamental nature of the cherubim. Were they creatures of light or shadows, manifestations of divine love or harbingers of divine wrath? The arguments grew heated, punctuated by gestures that split the air like lightning. One rabbi, his voice trembling with the passion of his conviction, insisted that the cherubim could not be understood without recognizing their complexity. "They are both. They are everything and nothing," he cried, his fervor igniting the room, making each scholar's heart race in response. As the hours slipped away, the candle flames flickered low, casting long shadows over the aged scrolls that lay open before them. The air thickened with the weight of questions unanswered, interpretations unfurling like a flower that refuses to bloom completely. Each scholar felt a pull, a magnetic force driving them to probe deeper into the enigma of the cherubim. There was a sense of urgency, as if time itself were running out, compelling them to uncover every nuance of these celestial beings that were so intricately woven into their spiritual tapestry. In hushed tones, they recounted ancient stories of the cherubim guarding the Garden of Eden, fierce sentinels after Adam and Eve's expulsion. The thought sent shivers down their spines, a reminder of the fragility of paradise lost. The cherubim's fiery swords were not just instruments of punishment but symbols of transformation, reflecting the journey of redemption that every soul must undertake. It was as if they were staring into a mirror, confronting their fears, hopes, and the relentless pursuit of meaning. Outside, the moon hung full and luminous in the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The scholars felt its pull too, an unspoken reminder of the heavens above. Their discussions grew more intense, fueled by the merging of ideas, each one building upon the last, creating a symphony of thoughts that echoed through the chambers of their minds. The cherubim took on new forms in their imaginations, a fusion of strength and vulnerability, ancient and timeless, a reminder that every being, like the cherubim, has a role in the divine narrative. One old rabbi, his voice low and gravelly, shared a vision of cherubim soaring above the temple, watching over the people below, a silent guardian of hope. His words hung heavy in the air, evoking a sense of longing for connection with something greater than themselves. The room felt sacred, as if they were in the presence of the very cherubim they spoke of, their wings brushing against the walls of the human heart. As the candles flickered, the debate flowed seamlessly into the night, each scholar caught in the tide of passion and inquiry. With every shared interpretation, they built a bridge to the past, to the very essence of what it means to seek understanding in a world full of uncertainty. The cherubim, once distant figures of lore, became vibrant, living entities that connected them to the divine, weaving a delicate tapestry of faith, hope, and the eternal search for truth. And as the last echoes of their discussions lingered in the air, the scholars felt an indescribable bond forming, a connection not just to each other, but to the ancient wisdom that had shaped their people for centuries. They were no longer merely speaking of cherubim. They were becoming part of the narrative, their voices rising and falling like the wings of the celestial beings that watched over them, forever intertwined in the saga of existence, waiting to unfold the next chapter. In the hushed corners of ancient temples, the air thick with mystery and unspoken reverence, cherubim emerged as mesmerizing figures that blended innocence with awe. A swirl of vibrant colors danced across stone and canvas, capturing the eyes of those who dared glimpse their celestial beauty. These winged beings, often depicted as children with chubby cheeks and delicate features, radiated an enchanting aura, inviting onlookers into a world where the divine and the earthly intertwined. The artistry of cherubim transcended mere representation. It was an evocation of emotions so profound, it made hearts race and skin prickle with goosebumps. As sunlight filtered through cracks in ancient walls, illuminating frescoes and carvings, one could almost hear the whispers of artisans who laid their hands upon the material, imbuing it with life. In the frescoes of the catacombs of Priscilla, cherubim appeared like ethereal guardians, their eyes wide with a mix of wonder and wisdom, floating above the somber scenes below. Here, they were not merely figures. They were the bridge between life and death, guiding lost souls with their gentle presence. The coolness of the stone contrasted with the warmth of the colors, evoking a sense of tranquility and safety, as if each cherub whispered secrets of the afterlife to those who dared listen. In Persia, the ancient carvings of cherubim adorned palaces and temples, celebrating their dual nature as protectors and messengers of God. With wings that swept majestically across the stone, these figures seemed to take flight with every heartbeat. Their faces, a blend of childlike joy and solemnity, hinted at the cosmic balance of joy and sorrow. Each detail was meticulously crafted, a testament to the artisan's belief in the power of the divine. The vibrant hues of lapis lazuli and gold leaf shimmered against the cool marble, creating a breathtaking backdrop that drew the eye and captured the spirit. Traveling further into the realms of ancient Egypt, cherubim morphed into intricate hieroglyphs, embodying both the sacred and the profane. Here, they were entwined with gods and goddesses, their presence a reminder that the divine could take many forms. The cherubim in these artistic expressions seemed to echo the heartbeat of a civilization that revered the afterlife, their wings poised, ready to soar into eternity. As the sun set behind the pyramids, casting elongated shadows over the artworks, it felt as if the very essence of these cherubic figures whispered ancient prayers, weaving through time and space. Then came the artistry of ancient Greece, where cherubim transformed yet again, becoming symbols of love and protection. In the pottery of the era, they flitted about, often depicted alongside the gods of Olympus, bringing joy and mischief. The delicate lines painted on earthenware hinted at their playful nature, suggesting that even in the realm of the divine, moments of laughter and lightness could exist. Each pot painted with cherubic figures became a vessel of emotion, conveying the sacredness of love and the bittersweetness of longing. With every sip from these vessels, one could almost taste the laughter of the past mingling with their own present joys and sorrows. As the centuries turned, the artistic representations of cherubim became a canvas for theological exploration. In illuminated manuscripts, their forms took on a more solemn aspect, often depicted with flowing robes and intricate halos. The vibrant colors of the pigments, painstakingly drawn by hand, seemed to breathe life into the images, allowing the cherubim to leap from the pages and into the hearts of the readers. The eyes of these celestial beings held stories untold, deep pools of wisdom that beckoned the viewer to lose themselves in contemplation. The delicate brushwork shimmered in candlelight, creating an ethereal glow that made the pages feel like portals to another world. In the Byzantine period, cherubim began to take on a more formalized role, embodying the guardianship of the divine in church mosaics. The opulence of gold backgrounds contrasted strikingly against the rich colors of their robes, creating a heavenly tableau that summoned both awe and devotion. As the faithful gathered beneath these breathtaking works of art, the cherubim seemed to watch over them, a constant reminder of the divine presence. The mosaics sparkled like stars against the dark sky of the chapel, each piece a testament to the artistry and faith of its creators, evoking a sense of timelessness that stretched beyond the present moment. The Renaissance breathed new life into the cherubim, reimagining them as playful children with an expressive charm. Artists like Raphael captured their essence with unparalleled tenderness, their round faces brimming with innocence and wonder. In his famed works, cherubs floated gracefully among clouds, their laughter echoing through the ages. The lightness of their forms and the warmth of their smiles brought comfort to those who gazed upon them, reminding them of love's enduring power. Each brushstroke became a heartbeat, a pulse resonating with the joy of creation, as if the very paint sang with the spirit of the cherubim. With the passage of time, these artistic representations continued to evolve, each era adding its own layer of meaning and emotion. The cherubim became symbols of hope, love, and protection, embodying humanity's deepest desires and fears. In every temple, every fresco, every manuscript, they stood as silent witnesses to the ebb and flow of life, capturing the essence of what it means to be human in a world fraught with uncertainty. As the shadows lengthened and the whispers of the past faded into the present, the cherubim remained, forever etched in the fabric of human history. Their artistry reflected the dreams and aspirations of those who came before, wrapping each heart in a delicate embrace of nostalgia and longing. They beckoned the curious and the faithful alike, a reminder of the ethereal connection between the seen and the unseen, the earthly and the divine. And as the last flickers of light danced across the ancient walls, the cherubim lingered, waiting to guide the next seeker on their journey through the tapestry of time. The light flickered dimly as the candle's flame danced, casting shadows that flitted across the stone walls like whispers of ancient secrets. The air was heavy with the scent of beeswax and incense, evoking the solemnity of a sacred place. Here, in the hushed sanctuary, the very essence of the divine seemed to breathe, filling the hearts of those who dared to contemplate the mysteries of heaven. It was in this sacred tranquility that the story of the cherubim unfolded, a tale woven through centuries, echoing with both majesty and melancholy. In the early days of Christianity, When the faith was still raw and nascent, the cherubim were depicted as guardians of the divine presence. Their images adorned the pages of illuminated manuscripts, often portrayed as majestic beings with wings outstretched, ready to defend the sacred against the encroaching darkness. Yet, as the story of the world progressed, these figures began to evolve, transforming from their original roles into something deeper, more complex, and more human. The first glimpses of cherubim in Scripture paint them as fierce protectors, stationed at the gates of Eden to prevent humanity from re-entering paradise after the fall. With swords of flame, they stood resolute, a barrier not just of fire but of profound consequence. This depiction stirred fear and reverence. These beings were not just heavenly messengers but fierce guardians of a lost relationship with God, a tangible reminder of the consequences of disobedience. As centuries rolled on, the image of the cherubim shifted, their fierce beauty transforming into representations of innocence and purity. Artists of the early Renaissance depicted them not as warriors but as cherubic figures, angelic children with rosy cheeks and playful smiles. In this transition, there was an emotional undertone that resonated deeply with the people. The cherubim became symbols of hope, innocence, and the possibility of redemption. They were no longer merely sentinels of divine wrath but ambassadors of divine love, drawing humanity back toward the light. Yet, within this transformation lay an unspoken tension. The Church's teachings began to shift, emphasizing God's mercy over His judgment. In the hearts of the faithful, this shift sparked a flame of longing, a desire to reconcile the stern guardians with the loving messengers. The dichotomy between fear and love, judgment and grace, became a poignant theme in the unfolding narrative of the cherubim. The faithful began to wonder, could these beings embody both the fierce protectors and loving guardians of God's will? As the Middle Ages ushered in a new era of theological reflection, the cherubim became entwined with the lives of everyday believers. They were invoked in prayers, their names whispered in hopes of protection, comfort, and guidance. The shift was palpable. No longer were they distant celestial beings, but intimate companions in the spiritual journey of the faithful. Church leaders preached of their dual nature as both guardians of God's mysteries and symbols of His love, weaving them into the fabric of liturgical life. The artwork of this period bore testimony to this evolution. Frescoes filled with golden hues depicted cherubim swirling around the thrones of God, their expressions reflecting an earnest longing for connection. The soaring cathedrals themselves seemed to reach towards heaven, echoing the aspirations of a people yearning for divine embrace. The cherubim, with their serene faces and open wings, became a bridge between heaven and earth, a living testament to the belief that God's grace could prevail over sin. In the midst of this transformation, however, a profound struggle unfolded. The Reformation brought with it a wave of questioning and re-examination. Scholars and theologians dared to scrutinize the very fabric of faith, including the increasingly beloved figures of the cherubim. Were they mere symbols, or did they hold a deeper, mystical significance? Debates raged within the halls of learning and worship, igniting passions that echoed through the ages. As the ink dried on theological treatises, the cherubim were drawn into the fray. They became a point of contention, a symbol of the Church's authority, yet also a beacon of hope for the Reformed believers. The fervent prayers of the faithful still called upon them, seeking intercession amidst the tumult of change. The emotional landscape was fraught with tension. These beings were now part of a larger narrative where doubt mingled with faith, fear intertwined with hope. In the wake of the Reformation, the cherubim found themselves in yet another transformation. They were depicted in ways that reflected the complexities of a world in flux. Artists began to imagine them not just as winged guardians, but as embodiments of divine wisdom and insight. The cherubim became the very essence of divine mystery, a reminder of the depths of God's love that could not be fully grasped but was always felt. Yet, the emotional weight of this transition was not just theological. It was profoundly personal. Believers grappled with their own understandings of God, wrestling with feelings of inadequacy, guilt, and longing. The imagery of the cherubim, now suffused with layers of meaning, reflected their own struggles and hopes. In the quiet corners of their hearts, they found solace in the idea that these celestial beings understood their plight, that they too were messengers of compassion amid the chaos of life. As the centuries marched on, the cherubim continued to evolve, reflecting the changing tides of human understanding and faith. They became symbols of the ever-present relationship between God and humanity, bridging the gap between the divine and the mortal. In this continuous dance of transformation, they remained ever relevant, ever poignant, their presence felt in the stillness of prayer and the exuberance of worship. Through every transformation, the cherubim held a mirror to the human spirit. Their journey, from fierce guardians to beloved companions, echoed the longing for connection, understanding, and love that resided within every heart. The emotional resonance of their story was not confined to ancient scriptures or artistic depictions. It lived in the hearts of the faithful, a living testament to the enduring relationship between humanity and the divine. As the flickering candlelight cast its glow upon the walls of the sanctuary, the air thick with the weight of history and hope, the story of the cherubim lingered, tantalizingly unfinished. Each transformation, each whisper of their existence, beckoned the faithful forward, inviting them to continue wrestling with the divine. The journey had no end, for just as the cherubim transitioned, so too would the hearts of those who pondered their legacy, ever reaching towards the infinite love that lay beyond the shadows. The air is thick with incense as soft candlelight flickers across the ancient stone walls, illuminating vibrant frescoes that tell tales of heavenly beings. Among them, the cherubim stand as guardians of the divine, their presence both enchanting and daunting. With their innocent faces and magnificent wings, they embody the paradox of divine love and fearsome power, evoking a sense of awe that transcends time. As one gazes upon these ethereal figures, a shiver runs down the spine, for they bear witness to the eternal struggle between humanity and the heavens. In the dim light of early Christian catacombs, the first traces of cherubim began to appear. These celestial beings, often depicted as childlike figures with oversized wings, were not mere decorations but manifestations of divine protection. Echoes of their ancient roots in Jewish texts reverberated throughout these sacred spaces. The book of Ezekiel described them as creatures with 4 faces, representing the totality of creation. Early Christian artists took these complex images and softened them, allowing the cherubim to be relatable, almost tender in their beauty. A child's gaze meets the viewer from the walls, and suddenly, innocence mingles with the divine. As the centuries turned, these heavenly figures evolved in the hands of skilled artisans. The cherubim adorned the lavish mosaics of churches, their images a conduit connecting the earthly realm with the divine. In the basilicas of Ravenna, shimmering gold tiles captured their essence, transforming them into almost living beings. Each mosaic shimmered with the light of heaven, drawing onlookers into a world that felt both real and otherworldly. The use of gold leaf brought a radiant glow, suggesting that these creatures were not just representations but actual messengers from God. Each gaze from the cherubim seemed to beckon, inviting viewers to contemplate their place within the grand tapestry of existence. In the Byzantine Empire, the depiction of cherubim became even more intricate. Artists employed elaborate patterns and rich colors that pulsated with emotion. These celestial beings took on a more solemn demeanor, their expressions serious and wise. Their presence above altars served as a reminder of the gravity of faith. With a single glance, they spoke of divine judgment and the promise of salvation, intertwining the sacred with the everyday life of the people. In the grand cathedrals, the arches echoed with whispers of prayer, and the cherubim hovered silently above, inviting supplication and reverence. But the cherubim were not only confined to walls and ceilings. They emerged in illuminated manuscripts, their delicate forms gracing the pages of sacred texts. The meticulous detail of these illustrations revealed a profound reverence for the divine. Artists poured their hearts into every brushstroke, creating a visual language that spoke directly to the soul. Each page turned revealed not just a story, but a connection to the divine. A flicker of hope, a spark of faith dancing in the minds of those who could bear witness. The cherubim gazed out from the margins, infusing the words with life, as if echoing the prayers of the faithful. As Christianity spread throughout Europe, the symbolism of the cherubim seeped into various cultures, each interpreting their forms through local lenses. In the West, they became synonymous with the concept of divine love and protection, often placed in the company of saints and angels. In contrast, in Eastern traditions, they maintained a more majestic, almost awe-inspiring presence. They were depicted as fierce protectors of sacred space, invoking both reverence and fear. This duality created a tension that echoed through the ages. These beings were not mere symbols but embodiments of the struggle between human frailty and divine grace. The Renaissance brought a new wave of artistic expression, and with it, the cherubim flourished anew. Artists like Raphael infused their works with an emotional depth that captured the hearts of many. Cherubs, now often portrayed as playful, chubby children, adorned paintings with an air of innocence and joy. Yet, beneath their cherubic smiles lay an undercurrent of divine seriousness, reminders that even in moments of bliss, the weight of divine presence was ever near. In this playful juxtaposition, the viewer felt both comforted and challenged to reflect on their relationship with the sacred. The tensions continued to build in the Baroque period, where cherubim appeared in dramatic compositions, swirling amidst clouds and light. Their dynamic poses suggested movement and emotion, as if they were caught in a celestial dance. The viewer's heart raced in response to the visual symphony unfolding before them. Each cherub seemed to whisper secrets of the universe, urging the onlooker to ponder the mysteries of faith, life, and the sacred. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated their forms, rendering them almost three-dimensional, beckoning the faithful to step closer, to feel the heartbeat of the divine. As time marched on, the cherubim found their way into the very fabric of Christian iconography. They adorned vestments and church furnishings, merging the sacred with the mundane. Their images were woven into tapestries that hung in the grandest of cathedrals, each thread a prayer, each figure a testament to the faith of generations. In these intimate spaces, surrounded by the whispers of the past, the presence of the cherubim lingered, evoking a sense of continuity, a bridge between the ancients and the living. In the quiet moments of contemplation, the cherubim remind the faithful of the beauty and complexity of their beliefs. They linger in the spaces where love meets fear, where hope intertwines with despair. They are the silent witnesses to the prayers offered in the stillness of the night, the guardian angels of those seeking solace in the divine. The gaze of each cherub challenges the viewer, asking, "What do you seek?" Their emotional resonance is palpable, a reminder of the ever-present struggle to understand the mystery of faith. As the viewer steps back, a heart full and a mind racing, the images of cherubim fade into other sacred symbols of faith, but their essence lingers. Whispers of childlike wonder and divine majesty echo through the ages, intertwining the past with the present. In the flickering candlelight of every sanctuary, the sound of wings brushing against the air can still be felt. They flickered in the dim light of candle flames, ethereal forms that danced between the seen and the unseen, their presence lingering like a whisper of divine truth. Cherubim, with their radiant wings and watchful eyes, stood as the guardians between humanity and heavenly mysteries, drawing closer as the medieval world wrestled with the profound questions of existence and faith. In the quiet corners of monasteries, where monks scribbled fervently, their ink-stained hands birthed visions that sought to capture the very essence of these celestial beings. Amidst the stone walls of Gothic cathedrals, the air thick with incense, the cherubim were not merely figures of scripture. They were living symbols of the divine intellect, wisdom, and love. They hovered in the minds of theologians, igniting passionate discussions that echoed within the vaulted ceilings. As light streamed through stained glass, casting colorful patterns on the cold stone floor, the faithful felt the weight of their presence, a mystical assurance that the divine was near. In the writings of Pseudo-Dionysius, who had woven a tapestry of angelology in the late 5th century, the cherubim emerged as the second highest order of angels, imbued with a fierce intelligence and an unyielding love for God. They were not merely observers. They were active participants in the cosmic ballet of creation. Their role was to protect the sacred mysteries of faith, to guard the sanctity of the divine presence. Each winged figure represented a facet of truth, a glimmering piece of the puzzle that was the universe's relationship with the Creator. As night fell in the cloisters, solitary figures knelt in prayer, their hearts racing with an urgency that only whispered prayers could summon. They sought encounters with the cherubim, yearning for moments where heaven brushed against earth. The air crackled with anticipation, and shadows danced on the walls as the faithful, with bated breath, imagined the soft rustle of wings, the gentle caress of their presence. For to feel the cherubim was to touch the divine, to be swept away in a wave of clarity and grace that transformed the mundane into the miraculous. The stories of the cherubim were woven into the fabric of the Church's liturgy, where their names were whispered in awe during the Eucharist. In cathedrals, where the faithful gathered in hushed reverence, the very stones seemed to resonate with the energy of these heavenly beings. It was said that during moments of profound communion, some could feel the brush of cherubic wings, a reminder that they were not alone in their quest for truth and love. In these sacred spaces, faith intertwined with mysticism, and hope soared like the wings of a cherub, lifting spirits from the depths of despair to the heights of divine intimacy. As the pages of history turned, the cherubim became symbols of enlightenment. They were depicted in manuscripts adorned with vibrant illustrations that captured their celestial beauty, a kaleidoscope of colors, intricate designs, and expressions of joy that transcended earthly limitations. Monks painstakingly crafted these illuminations, each stroke of the brush a prayer, each detail an invitation to see beyond the physical realm. The cherubim were guardians of wisdom, shining lights guiding the faithful through the darkness of doubt. In the writings of the mystics, such as Hildegard of Bingen, the cherubim took on a life of their own. They were not mere abstractions. They became the axis upon which spiritual visions turned. Hildegard's vivid descriptions of her encounters with these celestial beings painted a picture of love so profound it left many breathless. The cherubim, with their luminous glow, were the embodiment of divine love, conveying messages of hope to those who dared to listen. It was said that in her visions, they would cradle the souls of the faithful, leading them to the very heart of God. Within the cloisters of medieval monasteries, the tension between the earthly and the heavenly hung palpably in the air. The monks, wrapped in their humble robes, sought the cherubim with every ounce of their being. It was a quest that demanded all of their strength, a search for enlightenment that resonated in their chants and prayers. In the dimly lit cells, they wrestled with their own doubts, grappling with the mysteries of faith, hoping for a glimpse of the divine that the cherubim so effortlessly embodied. In the bustling towns and cities, artists began to capture the cherubim in stone and canvas, their hearts aflame with inspiration. The cherubs that adorned altarpieces were no longer just symbols, but became mirrors reflecting the longing of the human soul. They looked down upon the faithful with eyes that seemed to see into the depths of their hearts, inviting them to consider their own place in the grand tapestry of creation. The cherubim, in their beauty, emanated a powerful message that despite the chaos of life, there was a divine order, a guiding hand that watched over every step. As the medieval period unfolded, tensions flared between faith and reason, and the cherubim stood as a bridge between the two. They became the embodiment of the sacred knowledge that transcended human understanding, a reminder that the divine mystery could never be fully grasped by the intellect alone. In the hearts of those who sought enlightenment, the cherubim whispered truths that transcended the bounds of time, urging them to trust in the divine plan that unfolded like a cosmic scroll. Dusk was falling over the land, and the flickering candles cast long shadows that danced alongside the faithful, drawing them into a sacred rhythm. The sound of chanting filled the air, a melody that rose toward the heavens, intertwining with the very fabric of existence. The spirit of the cherubim loomed large, a constant reminder of the divine presence that surrounded and enveloped them. It was in that moment, amid the cadence of prayer and the warmth of community, that something profound happened. The barriers between heaven and earth began to dissolve, and the presence of the cherubim became a tangible force, an embrace that left the soul trembling with grace and awe. The air grew thick with anticipation, charged with emotions that swirled like autumn leaves in a brisk wind. And in that sacred space, the question was no longer whether the cherubim were real, It was how deeply they had touched the lives of those who sought their presence. Each heart, each life, became a testament to the profound impact these celestial beings had on humanity's quest for connection with the divine. A reminder that within the fragile human experience lay the eternal truth of love, wisdom, and the unfathomable mystery that is God. The night air was thick with whispers, the kind that danced on the edges of consciousness, tantalizing yet elusive. Underneath a sky strewn with stars, a shimmering figure glided, wings unfurling like the petals of a celestial flower. This was a cherub, a being unlike any other, embodying the very essence of divine wisdom and purity. As the moonlight bathed the earth in its silvery glow, the cherubic order stood as a beacon of heavenly insight, guarding secrets that reached back to the dawn of creation itself. In the annals of Christian angelology, the cherubic order occupies a position of profound significance. Nestled within the celestial hierarchy, the cherubs are often misrepresented as mere chubby children with wings, yet their true form evokes awe and reverence. Their presence is a testament to the beauty and complexity of the divine. The ancient texts speak of them not just as guardians of knowledge but as the very seraphim of God's intellect, radiating divine brilliance that can ignite a spark of understanding within the human soul. The cherubs were the first to witness the luminous glow of creation. Legends tell of their role in the Garden of Eden, standing vigil with flaming swords, ensuring the sanctity of paradise remained untouched by human folly. Their eyes, glowing with wisdom, seemed to perceive the very thoughts and intentions of those who approached. It is said that even the wisest men could not bear their gaze, for they could see the truth that lay beneath the surface. As one wandered through cathedrals adorned with stained glass and ornate carvings, the heart would race at the mere thought of these otherworldly beings perched above, silently observing. Their faces, often depicted as serene yet intense, held the weight of eternity, drawing the viewer into a moment of reflection. Each intricate detail of their features carried the weight of history, a history steeped in divine purpose and celestial duty. In mystical texts, the cherubic order was believed to have an unparalleled connection to the divine intellect. They are described as the embodiment of knowledge, their very existence a manifestation of God's wisdom. Each cherub is said to embody a unique aspect of divine truth, a piece of the heavenly puzzle that creates the magnificent tapestry of creation itself. This knowledge was not simply for their own understanding. It was a guiding light for humanity, a bridge between the mortal and the immortal. Those who sought wisdom would often pray for the intercession of the cherubs, believing that their heavenly insights could illuminate the darkest corners of the human experience. Stories abound of miraculous revelations granted to humble souls who called upon these celestial beings in their time of need. With hearts racing and minds open, the faithful would feel the soft flutter of wings, the stirrings of divine presence, as if the very air around them shimmered with sacred energy. Yet, within the beauty of their presence lies an undercurrent of tension, a sense of urgency that grips the spirit. The cherubic order holds not just knowledge but also the weight of divine judgment. The tales caution that with great understanding comes great responsibility. When a cherub imparts wisdom, it is not merely a gift but a call to action. Those who receive such revelations are urged to heed the warnings and embrace their truths, lest they find themselves lost in the darkness of ignorance. Through the ages, the cherubic order has remained a source of fascination and reverence. From the eerie shadows of medieval manuscripts to the soaring ceilings of Gothic cathedrals, their likeness has endured as a symbol of divine protection and enlightenment. Artists and theologians alike have grappled with their complexity, capturing their essence in every brushstroke and word. Each representation serves as a reminder of the thin veil that separates humanity from the divine. As the dawn of the Renaissance approached, a renewed interest in the cherubs emerged. Scholars and artists began to weave their narratives into the fabric of human consciousness, reflecting a society in search of deeper meaning. The light of the cherubic order sparked a renaissance not just of art but of thought, as people sought to bridge the chasm between the heavens and the earth. But the more they learned, the more they realized how little they truly understood. The cherubic presence, while illuminating, also ignited a fierce yearning for deeper truths. With each discovery came new questions. each revelation unfurling like the delicate wings of the cherubs themselves. It was a dance of intellect and emotion, a spiraling journey into the unknown. As the years passed, the cherubs became intertwined with the very fabric of Christian belief. Their stories evolved, each retelling thickening the air with a sense of mystery and reverence. They became messengers of hope, guiding souls through the tempest of existence. In times of despair, the faithful would look to the heavens, praying for the gentle touch of a cherub's wing to guide them through their struggles. The tension built, a powerful current that connected the earthly realm to the divine. In moments of darkness, when despair threatened to consume the heart, the promise of the cherubic order remained, a flicker of light in an otherwise shadowed world. Their existence echoed through the ages, an unwavering reminder that the divine was ever present, watching, waiting, ready to illuminate the paths of those who sought the truth. In the stillness of the night, one could almost hear the whispers of the cherubs, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves and the soft sigh of the wind. They spoke not just of knowledge but of love, of the unbreakable bond between humanity and the divine. This bond, forged in the fires of creation, pulsed with life, drawing the faithful ever closer to the light of understanding. And so, as the celestial dance continued, the cherubic order remained an eternal presence, a promise that wisdom was just a whisper away. Their legacy, woven intricately into the tapestry of faith, beckoned the curious and the lost, inviting them to step closer, to seek, to learn, and ultimately, to embrace the divine truth that lay just beyond their reach. In the hushed echoes of ancient tales, where the mundane meets the celestial, the figure of the cherubim emerges, a radiant being, shimmering with an ethereal light that dances like flickering candles in the dark. These are not mere winged creatures. They are guardians of sacred wisdom, holding secrets of the universe that stir the very core of existence. The juxtaposition of their presence in the Islamic tradition against other faiths casts a mesmerizing shadow, where each line and curve of their form tells a story of creation, divinity, and the intricate tapestry of belief. In Islamic tradition, cherubim take on a unique identity. Unlike the chubby, playful images often depicted in Western art, here, they stand as majestic beings, serving as protectors and messengers, their wings spanning wide, enveloping the heavens. The Quran speaks of angels, but the specifics of cherubim, those radiant, majestic figures, evoke a sense of awe that can send shivers down one's spine. Consider the moment when the faithful, with hearts pounding in reverence, feel the presence of these beings during prayers, sensing their mighty wings brushing against the veil of the material world, connecting the earthly with the divine. The contrasts with Judaic and Christian interpretations are striking. In Christianity, cherubim guard the tree of life, their fierce forms protecting what is sacred. They embody a paradox of innocence and power, often depicted with innocent faces yet armed with fiery swords. In Islam, while angels also serve as guardians, their role as intermediaries between God and humanity is emphasized. The cherubim in this context become symbols of divine mercy, their presence a gentle reminder of God's unyielding love and protection. Yet, within this mercy lies an intensity, an unwavering strength that resonates deeply, filling one's soul with both hope and awe. The imagery of cherubim transforms into a profound reflection of human longing. Each time a worshiper raises their hands in supplication, there is an unspoken desire to be touched by the wings of these celestial beings. It's the yearning for connection, a bridge between the human condition and the divine essence. The cherubim, with their majestic forms, are not just protectors. They symbolize that yearning, embodying the struggle between the earthly and the divine that every heart feels. They remind us that we are never truly alone, that the heavens are always watching, always waiting. As we navigate through the intertwined narratives of cherubim across cultures, the emotional landscape shifts. A tapestry unfolds, rich with color and texture, where each thread reveals a story of its own. Islamic cherubim, with their wings like clouds, dance across the skies of belief, carrying prayers on their feathered backs. Unlike their counterparts, whose roles can sometimes seem harsh and unyielding, these beings are woven into the very fabric of compassion. They embody the spirit of forgiveness, a reminder that no sin is too great to escape the embrace of divine mercy. The stories handed down through generations whisper of encounters, moments when the air thickened with the essence of the divine, when hearts quickened at the sight of shimmering wings. Each tale, rich with detail, speaks to the profound connections forged in those fleeting moments. Imagine a quiet night, the stars twinkling like scattered diamonds, when suddenly, an overwhelming sense of peace envelopes the soul. It is then that one might feel the gentle flutter of wings, a caress of the unseen, as if the cherubim themselves were brushing against the heart, whispering promises of love and protection. In the grand tapestry of faith, the cherubim serve as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings. They transcend boundaries, existing in the hearts of those who seek understanding, who crave connection not just with God, but with one another. The cherubim in Islam resonate with the teachings of compassion, echoing in the words of the Prophet Muhammad, who spoke of mercy as the essence of faith. It is here that the lines blur, where the cherubim become symbols of hope, embodying the belief that kindness is a divine trait, and in offering it, we touch the divine ourselves. As the emotional tide swells, the reader can sense an awakening, a stirring that brings forth an urgency to know more. The echoes of past encounters blend seamlessly with the present, creating a tapestry that is as rich as it is profound. Each detail becomes a thread, weaving together the stories of the cherubim, painting a picture of guardianship and guidance that resonates deeply with every believer. The Islamic perspective on cherubim underlines how these celestial beings embody the duality of love and power. They watch over the devotees, their presence a shield against despair, yet they also stand tall as manifestations of divine authority. The paradox is both comforting and challenging. Their wings, expansive and protective, remind humanity that while grace is abundant, accountability in the face of divine mercy remains a guiding principle. In the depths of these reflections, an undeniable tension arises. The more one seeks to understand the cherubim, the more questions surface. Is it possible to grasp the full essence of these divine beings? Can the heart ever fully encompass the beauty and mystery they represent? With each flicker of understanding, a deeper longing arises, a desire to bridge the gap between the known and the unknown, to touch the divine in ways that resonate beyond the boundaries of time and belief. As this tapestry of cherubim unfolds, it entwines with the stories yet to be told. The air thickens with anticipation, a feeling that the exploration of these sacred beings is just the beginning. The whispers of history beckon further, inviting the reader into the next chapter of this spiritual odyssey, where the lines between the seen and unseen blur, and the quest for understanding continues, echoing with every heartbeat. The story lingers, vibrant and pulsing, ready to unfurl into the realms of deeper truths and revelations, drawing the reader deeper into the divine embrace that transcends time and space. Soft whispers of longing filled the air, echoing through candlelit chapels and grand cathedrals, where the very walls seemed to breathe with stories of the divine. In the Renaissance, an era bursting with creativity and fervor, the cherubim emerged as celestial beings, their playful presence illuminating the depths of both art and literature. With their chubby faces and innocent smiles, they were more than mere decorations. They were symbols of divine love and protection, weaving their essence into the fabric of a world rediscovering its spirituality. In Florence, under the watchful eye of the great Medici family, artists began to perceive the cherubim as more than biblical figures. They became muses, urging painters like Botticelli and Michelangelo to capture not just their likeness, but the very essence of joy and wonder they symbolized. Botticelli's The Birth of Venus showcased cherubs flitting about like butterflies, their wings shimmering with a golden glow, embodying an ethereal beauty that was palpable. The viewer couldn't help but feel a rush of emotion, as if the cherubs were calling from beyond the canvas, inviting them to a place of pure bliss. In contrast, Michelangelo's cherubs, especially in the Sistine Chapel, carried a weight of solemnity. With a fierceness that spoke of divine wisdom, they held the power of the heavens within their tiny forms. His cherubim, with their furrowed brows and intense gazes, seemed to question the very essence of humanity. They were guardians, protectors, yet their expressions hinted at the pain and struggle of the human condition. Viewers felt a chill run down their spine, recognizing that these celestial beings were not just playful spirits but harbingers of profound truths. As the Renaissance unfolded, writers too began to embrace the cherubim in their works. Poets like Petrarch and Tasso infused their verses with the essence of these heavenly beings. Petrarch's sonnets sang of love and desire, often invoking the cherubim as messengers of the heart. Each word dripped with longing, and readers couldn't resist the pull of romance that echoed through the ages. The cherubs became symbols of unattainable beauty, their presence a reminder of love's bittersweet nature. With every line, the heart ached, resonating with the notion that love, much like the cherubim, was both wondrous and elusive. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the intellectual revival, philosophers and theologians grappled with the meaning of these heavenly figures. The cherubim took on a new role as symbols of divine intellect, embodying the tension between faith and reason. Thinkers like Pico della Mirandola contemplated their significance, suggesting that they represented the bridging of the earthly and the divine. The air thrummed with energy as ideas collided, and the cherubim stood at the center of this dynamic discourse, their wings stretching across the divide. Amidst the vibrant streets of Venice, the cherubim found their place in the art of Titian, who painted them with an air of playfulness. They became companions to the gods and goddesses he portrayed, adding a layer of joy and innocence to the mythological scenes. Viewers couldn't help but smile at their antics, feeling a surge of warmth and happiness that transcended the canvas. The cherubs danced through the art of the time, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who gazed upon them. But not all representations celebrated their innocence. In the darker corners of the Renaissance, artists like Caravaggio depicted cherubim with a raw intensity that elicited fear and awe. In his works, these heavenly beings were not just playful companions but fierce warriors, ready to protect and avenge. The dramatic contrasts of light and shadow mirrored the complexities of existence, and viewers found themselves torn between fascination and dread. The cherubim's duality became a reflection of the human spirit, innocent yet fierce, loving yet fierce. As the century progressed, the cherubim found their place in luxurious tapestries and ornate frescoes, their images woven into the very fabric of society. They adorned the ceilings of palaces, their wings stretching out like whispers of dreams waiting to be fulfilled. The aristocracy reveled in the beauty of cherubs, seeing them as symbols of wealth and divine favor. Yet, even in these opulent settings, the cherubim retained their innocence, reminding the elite of the joy of spiritual connection, a connection that transcended material wealth. In literature, the cherubim brought forth a torrent of emotions, appearing in the verses of Dante, who heralded them as guides through the realms of heaven. His vivid imagery plunged readers into a world where cherubs sang hymns of praise, their celestial voices harmonizing with the choir of angels. The sheer beauty of these moments was enough to bring tears to one's eyes, a reminder of the grace that lay just beyond the veil of reality. It was in these pages that the cherubim became the embodiment of hope, illuminating the darkest corners of the human soul. The Renaissance was a volatile time, filled with artistic masterpieces and philosophical musings. Yet the cherubim persisted as a symbol of innocence and divine connection. Even in the chaos of political intrigue and social upheaval, these celestial beings offered solace and inspiration. They danced through the minds of artists and writers, uniting them in a shared pursuit of beauty and meaning. As the era began to draw to a close, the cherubim remained woven into the hearts of those who experienced their magic. Their images would echo through time, beckoning future generations to gaze upon their beauty and ponder their significance. In every brushstroke, every word, and every whispered prayer, the cherubim lived on, a timeless testament to the power of love, the quest for knowledge, and the yearning of the human spirit. Stories of the cherubim lingered in the air, charged with the electricity of creation. They were not just remnants of the past, but living entities that transcended time, forever entwined with the essence of humanity's search for something greater. And as the Renaissance paved the way for new artistic revolutions, the cherubim whispered secrets that would shape the very foundation of what was to come, urging the world to listen, to feel, and to dream anew. In the hush of twilight, when shadows dance with the fading light, the image of the cherubim looms large. A pair of majestic figures, wings stretching wide, their eyes gleaming with a wisdom that transcends time itself. These celestial beings, steeped in ancient scripture, are not merely decorations of holy texts. They are potent symbols, rich in meaning and significance. They stand at the crossroads of diverging beliefs, uniting and dividing the hearts of those who seek to understand the divine. As history unfolded, the concept of cherubim morphed, their forms shifting from intricate winged creatures to multifaceted representations of spirituality. In early Judeo-Christian thought, they were guardians of sacred spaces, powerful enough to keep humanity at bay from the divine. With flaming swords in hand, they stood at the gates of Eden, their fierce presence a reminder of the consequences of transgression. The very sight of them ignited both reverence and fear, a duality that continues to echo through the ages. Yet, in the modern world, the cherubim's role began to twist and turn like a river finding a new path. No longer merely guardians, they transformed into symbols of love and innocence, softening their fierce edges. Artists rendered them with cherubic faces, plump bodies, and dreamy smiles, casting them as the embodiment of purity. This evolution sparked a divergence in thought. For some, the cherub became a comforting presence, a sweet reminder of divine love. For others, this reimagining felt like a betrayal of their original purpose, a dilution of their power. As scholars wrestled with these conflicting interpretations, a tension brewed, a chasm that threatened to split the very understanding of what cherubim represented. In academia, debates raged like stormy seas. Was the cherub merely a product of cultural reinterpretation, a romanticized version of its once mighty form? Or did this softer vision speak to a deeper truth about humanity's yearning for connection with the divine? The answers were as elusive as the wind, whispering through the ages, each voice carrying fragments of divine insight. Across the globe, this rift widened as the cherub was embraced by different faiths, each infusing their unique beliefs into its essence. In Islam, the cherubim emerged as figures of awe, their wings formed not just for flight, but as symbols of the soul's journey to the divine. They became intermediaries, guardians of knowledge, bridging the gap between humanity and the sacred. This interpretation resonated deeply with followers, who found solace in the idea that these celestial beings watched over them, guiding their spiritual paths. Meanwhile, in Eastern religions, cherubic representations appeared as hybrid beings, often intertwined with deities and nature spirits. They took on roles of balance and harmony, embodying the convergence of heaven and earth. Here, the cherub became a reminder that the divine is not distant but intricately woven into the fabric of everyday life. This perspective offered a counterpoint to the Western view, illuminating the rich tapestry of belief that surrounded these enigmatic figures. As the modern religious landscape evolved, the cherubim became a focal point for discussions on spirituality and inclusion. In a world that often feels fragmented, they emerged as symbols of unity, transcending boundaries of culture, language, and belief. In interfaith dialogues, the cherub stood as a testament to the shared quest for understanding and connection. People from diverse backgrounds came together, reflecting on the myriad ways these celestial beings touched lives, sparking laughter, joy, and introspection. But amid this convergence of ideas, the emotional undercurrents of the cherub's symbolism began to stir. For many, the cherub represented the innocence lost in a chaotic world, evoking a longing for simpler times. They became a poignant reminder of childhood wonder, of dreams untainted by hardship. As people shared their stories, a collective yearning emerged, a desire to reclaim that sense of purity and light in their lives. At art galleries and places of worship, the cherub became a focal point for meditation and reflection. People gathered, drawn by an unexplainable pull, their hearts beating in time with the stories these figures told. Artistically rendered as vibrant murals or delicate sculptures, the cherubim invited individuals to confront their fears and hopes, igniting an emotional response that reverberated through the soul. In this complex web of thought, the cherubim were no longer just relics of antiquity. They became living entities, breathing with the hopes, fears, and dreams of humanity. The dichotomy of their existence, a bridge between fierce guardianship and tender innocence, resonated deeply, creating a space for dialogue and introspection. As whispers of transformation echoed through communities, some began to question whether the cherub could ever truly reconcile its dual nature. Would the divine love symbolized in the soft smile of a cherub ever coexist with the powerful, awe-inspiring guardianship depicted in ancient texts? The conversation sparked a spiritual awakening, inviting individuals to examine their own beliefs and biases, pushing them toward a reconciliation of faith and understanding. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the world, the cherubim stood sentinel, both a reminder of humanity's limitations and a beacon of hope. With every heart they touched, they breathed life into ancient stories, revealing their timeless relevance in a world that craved connection and meaning. The tension between divergence and convergence remained, a living testament to the complexities of faith, a beautiful, chaotic dance that promised, even in the uncertainty, a glimpse of something greater. In a dimly lit library, dust particles danced in the shafts of light streaming through tall, narrow windows. The air was thick with the scent of ancient leather and yellowed paper. A young reader, lost in the pages of a book, suddenly stumbled upon a description of cherubim, creatures with radiant wings, faces of innocence, yet eyes full of unfathomable wisdom. They were guardians, messengers, and symbols of divine presence. The words leaped off the page, wrapping around her like a warm embrace, igniting her imagination with the vivid portrayal of these celestial beings. Cherubim have long captivated humanity's imagination, appearing in sacred texts and artistic masterpieces. Yet their influence doesn't end there. In the world of literature and media, they emerge as complex symbols, weaving their way through stories that twist and turn, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of readers and viewers alike. Old tales whisper of cherubim perched at the gates of Eden, their fiery swords ablaze, guarding the entrance to paradise. This imagery has seeped into the fabric of storytelling, blending the divine with the mortal in ways that linger in the minds of those who encounter them. They have appeared not just as heavenly creatures but as embodiments of conflicting emotions, protection mingled with strict judgment. One might find themselves entranced by the contrast, the soft, childlike features of a cherub juxtaposed with the fierce power they wield. In literature, cherubim take on many forms. They can be found in epic poems, novels, and even children's stories, each author painting them with their own brush. Some writers envision cherubim as benevolent guides, gently nudging characters toward redemption or enlightenment. Others portray them as ominous figures, their duality reflecting the complexity of human nature itself. The tension builds as characters grapple with their fears, longing for a glimpse of the divine, yet wary of the judgments that come along with it. Take, for instance, the way cherubim are depicted in modern fantasy novels. They soar through the skies, angelic yet fierce, caught between the realms of heaven and earth. In these tales, their wings shimmer with iridescent colors, hinting at a truth just beyond the reach of comprehension. The reader can almost feel the rush of wind as a cherub descends, the moment charged with expectancy and fear. What might they demand? What knowledge do they carry? The questions linger, stoking the flames of curiosity. The alluring presence of cherubim spills into the realm of television and film, where directors and writers harness their power to evoke both awe and fear. In a popular series, a cherub appears before a tormented hero, his expression a mixture of compassion and sorrow. The scene captures the essence of struggle, the hero's heart pounding as he faces a being that represents both hope and judgment. The audience feels the weight of his choices, the stakes rising higher with each passing moment. Yet, cherubim are not always the solemn figures of ancient tales. In some stories, they take on a lighter, more whimsical touch, often appearing as mischievous spirits with a playful glint in their eyes. This portrayal taps into a different kind of emotion, joyful yet tinged with the uncertainty of their true intentions. Readers find themselves charmed and disarmed, questioning whether these celestial beings are allies or tricksters. The laughter that echoes through the pages doesn't erase the sense of wonder. it only adds layers to their already intricate character. Graphic novels have also embraced cherubim, presenting them through the lens of contemporary issues. The illustrations pulsate with life, capturing both the ethereal beauty and the raw power hidden within these figures. Here, cherubim might serve as symbols of protection in a chaotic world, their wings shielding the vulnerable from harm. The art draws the viewer in, creating a visceral connection that transcends the written word. As the pages turn, they can feel the heartbeat of the story, a rhythm that mirrors their own fears and aspirations. In the realm of music, cherubim are woven into lyrics that speak of longing and hope, their presence a metaphor for searching for peace amidst turmoil. Melodies soar, mimicking the flight of these celestial beings, while the words echo the struggles of the human spirit. The chorus resonates with listeners, the imagery of cherubim becoming a source of solace in their darkest moments. It's as if the music reaches out, inviting everyone to share in the timeless dance of celestial grace. The cultural narrative of cherubim also touches on darker themes, exploring the duality of existence. In horror literature, they emerge as foreboding figures, the angelic facade cracking to reveal a more sinister truth beneath. They may guard secrets too powerful for mortals to comprehend, inviting intrigue and dread in equal measure. Readers feel the tension rise as they navigate these stories, their hearts racing with every revelation. The allure of danger mingles with the desire for understanding, leaving them breathless and yearning for more. As the stories unfold, cherubim become more than just characters. They transform into mirrors reflecting our deepest desires, fears, and questions about existence. They expose the human condition in its rawest form, creating an unbreakable bond between the celestial and the earthly. This connection stirs something primal within, igniting emotions that linger long after the pages have turned or the credits have rolled. The world continues to spin, and with it, the tales of cherubim evolve. They beckon from the shadows, waiting for the next storyteller to breathe life into their essence. Whether they are gentle guides or fierce guardians, they remain a powerful force in literature and media. Each representation adds to the rich tapestry of their existence, creating an endless cycle of inspiration that resonates with hearts across generations. The library still breathes around the young reader, the dust settling like whispered secrets, while the echoes of cherubim linger in her mind. What stories await that blend the celestial with the human? The anticipation crackles in the air, a magnetic pull toward the next page, the next tale, where the boundaries of reality and imagination blur, inviting all who dare to venture further into the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across an ancient stone temple, a silence fell that was almost reverent. In that sacred hush, the air seemed to shimmer with anticipation, whispering the stories of beings beyond human comprehension. The cherubim, those enigmatic figures often depicted with sweet faces and delicate wings, were so much more than what the art of man portrayed. They were the guardians of the divine, radiant and fierce, more like warriors than the gentle spirits that popular imagination had turned them into. Cherubim were not alone in the celestial hierarchy. Throughout history, other angelic beings flitted through the annals of sacred texts and folklore, each with their own roles and attributes. There were seraphim, with their burning love and fierce passion, often depicted with 6 wings, hovering like flames around the throne of God. Then there were the archangels, mighty and commanding, messengers of the divine will, capable of fierce judgment and loving guidance. Each type of angel bore a unique essence, but the cherubim stood apart, a bridge between heaven and humanity, guardians of knowledge and wisdom. The ancient Israelites revered the cherubim, weaving them into the very fabric of their sacred places. On the Ark of the Covenant, immense and awe-inspiring, the cherubim were depicted with outstretched wings, their faces turned toward one another. It was said that where their wings met, the presence of God dwelled. This wasn't mere decoration. It was a profound statement of the cherubim's role as protectors of divine mystery, a sentinel to the sacred. In contrast, the seraphim were creatures of fire, embodying the purity and intensity of divine love. Imagined in Isaiah's vision, they soared through the heavenly realms, calling out, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty." Their voices echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of existence. The seraphim's fiery essence marked them as beings of action and judgment, a stark contrast to the cherubic wisdom that sought understanding and enlightenment. Meanwhile, the archangels, like Michael and Gabriel, were warriors of the faith and bearers of messages that changed the course of human history. Michael, the protector, wielded a sword of light against the forces of darkness, while Gabriel delivered news of miraculous births that would alter the fate of the world. These powerful beings stood as guardians over humanity, but their paths diverged from the cherubim, who remained steadfastly rooted in the realm of knowledge and divine mysteries. In the Babylonian and Assyrian cultures, the likeness of cherubim appeared as sphinx-like figures, adorned with wings and often depicted as protectors of kings and sacred spaces. These ancient civilizations painted them not just as symbols of divinity but as essential guardians of the earthly realm. It was a reminder that angels were not distant figures hovering in the clouds, but rather active participants in the lives of humanity, engaged in the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. Yet, what truly set the cherubim apart was their duality. They embodied both the comfort of divine presence and the awe of divine power. In the book of Ezekiel, the cherubim are described with faces of a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle, representing the fullness of creation itself. It was a striking image, invoking both familiarity and fear, for they were as much part of the natural order as they were expressions of divine will. They served as reminders of the complexity of existence, a tapestry woven with threads of love, fear, knowledge, and mystery. The cherubim's role evolved over time, revealing layers of meaning that intertwined with the fabric of human belief. They were protectors, yes, but also bearers of wisdom and guides to understanding. In the mystical traditions, they were often seen as sources of insight, leading seekers to profound truths. The Kabbalists saw them as manifestations of divine attributes, reminding humanity of the sacred balance of the universe. As dusk settled, the air filled with the weight of their presence, a mingling of reverence and curiosity. People gathered, their hearts beating in sync with the tales of ancient beings, drawn in by the allure of the unknown, the need to understand their place in a grand design. The stories of the cherubim and their celestial counterparts unfolded, weaving through the ages like a rich tapestry, connecting the past with the present, the divine with the mortal. With every word spoken, the tension mounted, each story an echo of human longing for connection with the sacred. Those who spoke of the cherubim felt a shiver run down their spine, as if the very essence of these celestial beings surrounded them, urging them to listen and understand. The whispers of the past danced in the air, intertwining with the lives of those present. They were not just stories. They were living lessons, reminders of the divine spark that resided within every heart. In the shadows, the figures of angels flitted, their wings whispering promises of protection and guidance. The cherubim, with their fierce wisdom and gentle guardianship, stood ever watchful, a reminder that every moment of understanding, every spark of knowledge, was a gift from the divine. As the night deepened, the line between the earthly and the celestial blurred, and the air thrummed with possibility, drawing the audience ever closer to the unfolding truths that awaited just beyond the veil. The stories would continue, bridging the realms of the seen and unseen, revealing the profound connections that bind humanity to the divine, echoing the eternal dance of existence. In a world where the boundaries between the seen and unseen tremble like the leaves in a restless breeze, the cherubim descend, not as mere symbols of innocence but as guardians of cosmic secrets, carrying the weight of divine purpose. Their wings, vast and iridescent, shimmer with the brilliance of countless stars that flicker in the heavens. These beings, often depicted as chubby children with wings in art, have stories that echo through time, hinting at their true nature as fierce protectors and celestial messengers. Scrolls buried in the sands of time whisper tales of their role beyond the pages of Scripture. The apocryphal texts, those mysterious writings that the world has largely forgotten, bring forth a new perspective. They speak of cherubim as fiery guardians standing at the gates of paradise, their eyes like burning coals, reflecting wisdom and power. When human souls wander too close to the sacred, it is the cherubim who rise, their wings unfurling like a tempest, ready to defend the secrets of the divine. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient city of Jerusalem, a priest named Eliav pored over a tattered manuscript in a hidden chamber of the Second Temple. The flickering candlelight danced around him, illuminating faded words that told of a time when cherubim walked among mortals. Their presence felt like a soft breeze against the skin. Eliav's heart raced as he read of visions where they revealed hidden knowledge to prophets, guiding them through dreams that felt as real as the ground beneath their feet. On a night thick with anticipation, Eliav felt the air grow heavy, charged with an energy he couldn't explain. He closed his eyes, and in that moment, he was transported to a realm that existed just beyond the veil of reality. He saw cherubim, brilliant, majestic beings with eyes that held galaxies. They spoke not with words but through the marrow of existence, their messages woven into the very fabric of the universe. Each blink of their eyes unleashed swirls of color and sound, a symphony of life that transcended the ordinary. But the revelation was not without its peril. The cherubim, though divine, were fierce. They carried the weight of cosmic judgment, tasked with maintaining the balance of good and evil. Eliav's vision shifted, revealing a scene of chaos as fallen angels, twisted by their pride, sought to usurp the very order the cherubim were sworn to protect. The angels battled against the cherubim, and the skies ignited with flashes of light and darkness, a celestial dance that blurred the lines between creation and destruction. Eliav's heart pounded in his chest. The stakes were high, and he felt the pulse of ancient power thrumming through his veins. The cherubim's wings fanned the flames of battle, and their voices echoed in his mind, warning him of the dangers that lay ahead. They were not just protectors but harbingers of fate, revealing that every choice echoed in eternity, a reminder of the profound interconnectedness of all beings. In the midst of this celestial clash, a single cherub approached Eliav, its form radiant and awe-inspiring. It held an orb of light in its hands, pulsating with energy. "Take this," the cherub whispered, its voice resonating like a melody through Eliav's soul. "You must share our story, the truth of who we are. You will inspire hope or fear, but the choice is yours." The moment hung like a breath held too long, and Eliav felt the weight of the orb, a repository of secrets that could change the course of history. What would he do with such power? Would he dare to uncover the truth for all, or would he seal it away, fearing the consequences of revelations that could shatter the very foundation of belief? As the cherub's gaze pierced through him, Eliav knew that either choice would carry repercussions beyond imagination. Suddenly, the vision shifted again, and the cherubim became entwined with the stories of humanity, their presence woven into the very essence of faith, fear, and longing. Histories unfolded, kings calling upon their might in desperate times, mothers praying for their protection during the night. Through the ages, cherubim were called by different names, but their essence remained the same: guardians of the sacred, embodiments of divine will. Eliav was pulled from his prophetic trance, his heart racing as he looked down at the orb in his hands. It felt warm, alive, a heartbeat that resonated with his own. The weight of the knowledge he carried threatened to crush him, but in that moment, he understood the truth the cherubim wanted him to grasp. The world needed their story. They were not just creatures of wings and light. They were the embodiment of hope, standing vigil over the fragile balance of existence. As he stepped from the chamber into the cool night, the air crackled with energy. The city around him felt alive, whispering secrets as shadows danced in the moonlight. Eliav knew he had a mission, a quest to weave the threads of ancient wisdom into the fabric of a new narrative. The cherubim would guide him, their fiery presence igniting his passion. Yet, lurking in the depths of the night, unseen forces watched, waiting for a moment of weakness to snatch away the light. Eliav could feel their gaze, cold and calculating, ready to challenge the revelations he was destined to share. The whispers of the past intertwined with the heartbeat of the present, as new stories of cherubim began to rise, echoing through every corner of creation. Tension hung thick in the air, and Eliav's resolve solidified. He would not be silenced. The cherubim had entrusted him with their truth, and he would fight for their legacy. Even as shadows gathered and the winds of change began to stir, promising an unfolding tale that had only just begun. The air crackled with a tension that felt almost electric, a palpable sense of something ancient and powerful looming just beyond the veil of everyday life. In a world where shadows danced on the edges of reality, the cherubim stood as sentinels of divine justice, their forms draped in the weight of celestial authority. It was not merely their majestic wings or the shimmering light that surrounded them. It was the purpose behind their existence that sent shivers down spines, a relentless commitment to uphold a cosmic balance, to deliver justice in a world often steeped in chaos. In the dimly lit chambers of the temple, echoes of prayers and whispers of the faithful intertwined, creating a delicate tapestry of hope and fear. Here, countless souls had sought the mercy of the cherubim, believing that these divine beings held the keys to salvation and retribution. As the flickering flames of the incense twisted upward, the eyes of the worshippers glistened with both reverence and dread, for they understood that the cherubim were not mere guardians but fierce warriors of justice. They embodied a force that could uplift the broken and crush the wicked, all in the name of a divine order beyond human comprehension. History spoke of a time when mankind walked hand in hand with the divine. When the cherubim roamed the earth, their presence felt in every whisper of the wind and every rustle of the leaves. These creatures of light were not just symbols of protection. They were instruments of judgment. In ancient Israel, they were often depicted as the guardians of the Ark of the Covenant, a sacred vessel that housed the very essence of God's law. Their presence was a constant reminder that every action carried weight, every choice a ripple in the fabric of existence, an echo of divine will. But what did it mean to face the judgment of the cherubim? To stand before beings who could see into the depths of one's soul? It was a daunting thought, filled with the kind of fear that gripped the heart when standing at the edge of a precipice. As tales spread through generations, stories of mercy intertwined with those of wrath. There existed the haunting image of a once revered king, his heart hardened by pride, who found himself judged by the very beings he had once invoked for protection. The echoes of his fall resonated through the ages, a cautionary tale of how the scales of justice could tip with devastating consequences. In the depths of night, as the world slept, the cherubim hovered in the spaces between realms, their forms shimmering with ethereal light. They were observers and arbiters, their eyes piercing through the illusions that cloaked human hearts. The cries of the innocent reached them, a symphony of desperation, while the laughter of the wicked echoed with hollow triumph. Each moment was a decision, a balancing act in the grand design woven by the Creator. The cherubim felt every tremor of injustice, every ripple of pain, and their wings unfurled in readiness, prepared to fly toward those in need, yet equally prepared to cast down the guilty. A singular tale of a villager named Miriam lingered in the air, her story entwined with the very essence of divine justice. Once a symbol of kindness, her heart had been shattered by the betrayal of those she trusted. The village that had once sang her praises turned against her, spurred by envy and fear. They branded her a witch, a harbinger of misfortune. As the flames encircled her, Miriam raised her eyes to the sky, pleading for justice, for the truth to be revealed. In that moment of despair, the cherubim descended, their presence radiating a light that pierced through the blackened smoke and fear. With every beat of their wings, the air shifted, bringing a newfound hope that washed over the gathered crowd. The villagers fell silent, their hearts gripped by both terror and awe as they witnessed the divine beings standing before them. The cherubim, shining bright and resplendent, called forth the truth buried deep in the hearts of the accusers. One by one, their dark secrets unfurled before the assembly, revealing their own sins, their own betrayal of Miriam's trust. The scales of justice tipped, and the echoes of their guilt rang through the very fabric of their community. In that electric moment, divine justice was not merely a concept. It was a living, breathing reality that brought forth both fear and redemption. Miriam stood untouched by the flames, her own heart stirring with the weight of forgiveness, as the cherubim guided her through the fog of betrayal toward a new dawn. The villagers, overwhelmed by the weight of their actions, crumbled under the burden of their shame. It was a vivid reminder that the eyes of the cherubim were upon them, that justice would always find a way to illuminate the darkness. The skies rumbled as if in agreement, and the winds howled with the voices of the ancients, carrying with them the lessons of ages past. Just as quickly as the cherubim had descended, they vanished, leaving behind a lingering glow of hope and an unshakable sense of accountability. The villagers, forever marked by what they had witnessed, would no longer dismiss the whispers of their conscience. The cherubim had woven justice into their lives, binding them to the truth that would echo through the ages. Yet the tale did not end with Miriam's salvation. The fabric of justice continued to unravel, revealing the complexities of human nature and the delicate balance between mercy and judgment. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of gold, the world outside the temple walls remained a battleground, where the forces of good often collided with the dark shadows of greed and corruption. The cherubim, though unseen, remained vigilant, their presence a constant reminder that divine justice was always at work, waiting for the moment to rise and meet the cries of the oppressed. And as time marched on, the stories of the cherubim intertwined with the fate of humanity. The realization settled heavily upon the hearts of the faithful. They were not merely observers of a distant divine will. They were participants in a grand narrative that demanded engagement. In moments of despair and moments of joy, the essence of divine justice surged through the ages, beckoning humanity to rise and meet its challenges head-on. The delicate dance between light and darkness continued, and the rhythm of justice played on, echoing through the annals of time. The cherubim remained, lurking in the spaces between fate and free will, ensuring that the scales would always find a way to balance, reminding all who dared to listen that justice was not just a concept, but a living truth that demanded attention, reflection, and ultimately, action. In the dim glow of twilight, the air shimmered with an otherworldly energy. A hush fell over an ancient temple, where whispers of generations past danced along the stone walls, echoing tales of divine guardians whose very presence could ignite both fear and awe. Cherubim, with their radiant wings unfurled, stood watch over sacred spaces, their vigilant eyes surveying the cosmos. These celestial beings were not mere decorations in holy texts. They were powerful agents, woven into the fabric of eschatological beliefs that whispered of the world's end and the promise of new beginnings. In the dusty annals of history, the vision of cherubim emerged from the depths of Babylonian mythology, where they first took form as fierce guardians of the divine. Scribes etched their likenesses into clay tablets, depicting their fearsome yet beautiful appearances. Wings adorned with shimmering feathers and faces that blended human and animalistic features. Through the ages, they transcended cultures, appearing in the sacred texts of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, each interpretation adding layers to their significance. In the book of Ezekiel, the prophet painted a vivid picture of these celestial beings, describing them as creatures with 4 faces: that of a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle. These multifaceted visages represented not only the breadth of creation but the power to safeguard the divine mysteries of the universe. The cherubim were not just protectors. They were intertwined with the very essence of existence and the unfolding narrative of the end times. As believers grappled with visions of the apocalypse, cherubim played a pivotal role in the unfolding drama. When the skies darkened and the earth trembled, it was said that these celestial beings would descend from their lofty perches, their wings stirring the air with a sound like roaring thunder. In the final days, they would stand at the gates of heaven, their eyes glinting like stars, guarding the threshold between the mortal realm and the eternal. The thought of their presence sent shivers down the spines of those who wandered into the realm of prophecy, igniting both dread and hope. Throughout history, the cherubim's role in eschatological beliefs has emerged in vivid imagery and chilling prophecies. In the Revelation of John, the cherubim are depicted as beings around the throne of God, singing praises and proclaiming the glory of the divine. Holy, 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 they chant, their voices resonating through the heavens. It is here that their presence becomes a harbinger of judgment, a reminder that the final days will not only bring destruction, but also the promise of redemption. In the minds of the faithful, cherubim embodied the duality of creation, the simultaneous fear of divine judgment and the hope of salvation. Each time the world spiraled into chaos, from natural disasters to wars, the thought of these celestial guardians stirred emotions deep within the hearts of believers. What would it be like to stand before such magnificent beings, to feel the weight of their gaze upon one's soul as the final reckoning drew near? The tension of their presence grew palpable in the stories passed down through the generations, tales woven with the fabric of fear and longing. In medieval Europe, artists transformed these celestial beings into masterpieces, each brushstroke capturing the ethereal beauty of the cherubim. The Gothic cathedrals, reaching towards the heavens, were adorned with sculptures depicting these guardians in the act of shielding the faithful from the impending doom. Even in the darkest moments of history, when plagues ravaged nations and wars tore families apart, the belief in cherubim offered a glimmer of light. For those worn down by despair, these heavenly sentinels served as both warning and comfort. It was said that when the sky broke into flame and the earth shook beneath their feet, the cherubim would be there, wings spread wide, awaiting those who had kept their faith. As the centuries rolled on, the visions of cherubim evolved, yet their essence remained unchanged. They became symbols of divine intervention during times of tumult. In the wake of calamity, people sought their presence, longing to feel the brush of their wings against the chaos of life. Will the cherubim come for me? They would wonder, hearts pounding with the hope of deliverance. Across vast lands, from the sands of the Middle East to the forests of Europe, the belief in cherubim persisted, growing roots in the hearts of millions. Each culture painted their own interpretations, but the essence remained the same: a bridge between humanity and the divine, a reminder of the fragility of existence and the promise of what lay beyond. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an awe-inspiring glow upon the world, the role of cherubim in eschatological beliefs became a beacon of emotion, uniting fear and hope in an intricate dance. The whispers of the ancients echoed through time, compelling the hearts of believers to ponder what lay ahead. Would the cherubim rise once more, heralding the dawn of a new era? Would they guide souls from darkness into light? Or would they stand as solemn judges before the gates of eternity? The answer lingered in the air, thick with anticipation, like the charged stillness before a storm. One could almost feel the fluttering of wings and hear the distant melodies of their praise, a tantalizing preview of the sacred confrontation between humanity and the divine. With every heartbeat, the tension grew, promising that the next chapter of this celestial saga was just around the corner, waiting to be unveiled, the destiny of all souls hanging in the balance. In the hushed stillness of a candlelit sanctuary, the air thick with incense and expectation, a hush fell over the gathered faithful. They were drawn together not just by faith, but by the magnetic pull of something ancient and divine. The cherubim, those celestial beings that flutter between heaven and earth, their wings whispering secrets of the divine. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like spirits on the walls, and the congregation held its breath, caught in the rapture of a sacred moment. For centuries, the cherubim have been woven into the very fabric of liturgical practices. These beings, often depicted with human faces and wings, symbolize the mysteries of faith itself. They hover protectively over the Ark of the Covenant, where the presence of God was believed to dwell. As worshippers sang hymns that echoed through the ages, the essence of the cherubim filled the church, a reminder of divine guardianship and the promise of God's presence. As the choir began to sing, their voices rose like smoke, curling through the air. It was a melody that seemed to reach toward the heavens, echoing the ancient praise that had once filled the great temples. In every note, the cherubim's presence was palpable, each voice a tribute to the heavenly hosts. The congregation, eyes closed and hearts open, felt that they were not alone. It was as if the cherubim themselves were hovering above them, wings outstretched, bathing the assembly in their ethereal light. In the history of Christian worship, the incorporation of cherubim imagery has been both a source of inspiration and innovation. Early Christians, drawing from Jewish traditions, brought these angelic figures into their own sacred spaces. The paintings and mosaics that adorned cathedrals were not mere decoration. They were windows to the divine, inviting worshippers to gaze upon the celestial and reflect on their own connection to God. The cherubim became symbols of wisdom and knowledge, serving as reminders of the promise of divine understanding for those who sought it. In one particular service, an elderly priest, with years etched on his face like lines on a map, stepped forward to lead the congregation through a ritual that felt both timeless and fresh. As he lifted the chalice, the light caught the golden goblet, illuminating the intricate designs of cherubim etched into its surface. The symbolism was rich, a connection to the heavenly banquet where all are welcome. The priest's voice resonated as he recited the ancient words, each syllable a thread weaving the present with the past, as the faithful collectively inhaled the fragrance of sanctity and reverence. Suddenly, a child in the front row, wide-eyed and innocent, broke the solemnity. "Are the cherubim here, Father?" The question hung in the air, light and fragile, yet weighty in its sincerity. The priest paused, his heart warmed by the genuine curiosity. "Yes, dear one," he replied, his voice softening. "They are always with us, watching over us, guiding us in our prayers." In that moment, the congregation felt a swell of hope and joy, a reminder that faith was as much about wonder as it was about solemnity. As the liturgy unfolded, the imagery of the cherubim took on new dimensions. They were not just figures of the past. They were living symbols inspiring innovation in worship. From ornate altars adorned with their likeness to the lyrical praises that celebrated their essence, the cherubim became a bridge, a means of connecting the congregation to the divine. Their presence invited creativity, encouraging artists and musicians to express the sacred in ways that were as unique as the individuals who worshipped. With the flick of a wrist, a talented musician struck the first chord of a contemporary hymn. The sanctuary erupted with energy. The fusion of traditional and modern ignited a spark, filling the air with an electric anticipation. The liturgical dance that followed embodied the very essence of the cherubim: movement, grace, and the transcendence of the human spirit. As the dancers twirled and leaped, their forms became an extension of the heavenly beings, each gesture echoing the divine dance of creation. In that very moment, a connection was forged, a timeless bond between the community gathered and the celestial beings who guard their faith. The air felt charged with emotion, the rhythm of hearts beating in unison as the song of the cherubim filled the room. The congregation, caught in a whirlwind of faith, felt the embrace of something larger than themselves. They were part of a story that stretched back through centuries, woven into the fabric of time and space. With each passing moment, the service became a tapestry of echoes, voices intertwined with the rustle of angelic wings, prayers ascending to the heavens like smoke from burning incense. The cherubim, ever present in their vigil, were a reminder that worship transcends the boundaries of time and place. It was a living history, rich with the reverberations of those who had come before and those who would come after. As the final prayer echoed across the sanctuary, a sense of awe settled over the congregation. The cherubim, those mystical guardians, had been woven into every note, every gesture, every heartbeat. They had transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, making the sacred tangible. The faithful, now wrapped in the warmth of community and shared belief, carried forth the spirit of the cherubim into the world outside, their hearts still echoing with the melodies of the divine. And as the last candle flickered and dimmed, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air, whispering of new beginnings, new rituals, and new expressions of faith yet to unfold. The cherubim remained, watching over the gathering, as they stepped beyond the doors of the sanctuary, into a reality that shimmered with the promise of tomorrow. The sacred dance of innovation and tradition had only just begun, and the world awaited the next chapter of their story, a story forever entwined with the guardians of the divine. In a dimly lit laboratory, a team of archaeologists gathered around a dusty artifact, hearts racing with anticipation. The ancient relic, adorned with intricate carvings, hinted at a world long lost to time. A faint glow of hope shimmered in the air as they brushed away centuries of grime, revealing what appeared to be a cherub, its features delicate yet haunting. What stories lay locked within its stone embrace? These enigmatic beings, often dismissed as mere figments of mythology, held a more profound significance than anyone could have imagined. The cherubim, with their majestic wings and watchful eyes, once stood guard over sacred spaces, embodying the divine and the mysterious. The connection between the physical and the spiritual was alive in their very essence. As the researchers studied the carvings, whispers of ancient texts echoed in their minds, verses from the Bible and other ancient writings describing these celestial guardians in vivid detail, igniting a flame of intrigue. Each stroke of the brush revealed more than just artistry. It unveiled a narrative of faith, protection, and the ethereal bond between heaven and earth. One archaeologist, Maria, felt a shiver as she traced the outline of a wing. Her thoughts drifted to the stories her grandmother told her as a child, tales of angelic beings watching over her family, guiding them through the shadows of uncertainty. This discovery wasn't just about history. It was a personal encounter with her heritage, a thread connecting her past to the present. As the team continued their work, an astonishing find sent waves of excitement through the air. Embedded within the base of the cherub was a small, sealed compartment. The team held their breath, fingers trembling with anticipation as they pried it open. Inside lay a collection of artifacts, tiny amulets, bits of parchment, and what looked like an ancient seal. Each piece whispered secrets of rituals, beliefs, and a universe brimming with hope and fear. The amulets shimmered softly, as if imbued with the very essence of the cherubim they represented. The parchment, worn and brittle, contained a series of prayers and invocations dedicated to these heavenly beings. The words flowed like a river of emotion, each syllable a testament to humanity's longing for divine protection. Maria's heart raced as she deciphered the text, recalling how she would whisper prayers to the stars, hoping for guidance, much like those who had walked the earth centuries before her. The connection was undeniable. The cherubim were not mere symbols but vessels of the human spirit's yearning for solace. The research team's late nights turned into fervent discussions about the implications of their findings. How did these cherubim fit into the broader tapestry of ancient beliefs? Each member brought their own emotions to the table, from fear to reverence. Shadows of doubt crept in, challenging their interpretations, but the gravity of their discoveries pulled them back into the light. They weren't just unearthing stones. They were resurrecting faith, hope, and the age-old quest for understanding the unknown. A breakthrough came when they discovered a temple dedicated to the cherubim, hidden beneath layers of earth and time. The entrance was framed by colossal stone wings, a breathtaking sight that sent chills down their spines. Each member of the team exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them. This wasn't a simple excavation. This was a pilgrimage into the sacred. As they stepped inside, the air grew thick with history, every crack in the stone speaking of prayers offered and promises made. Inside the temple, murals depicted cherubim entwined with earthly beings, their majestic forms a reminder that the divine was interwoven with human existence. Maria felt tears brim in her eyes as she absorbed the vivid scenes, her heart resonating with the artistry that transcended time. The cherubim, once guardians of sacred spaces, were now guardians of their own journey, protecting the essence of faith through the ages. Artifacts littered the ground, remnants of rituals that had taken place centuries before. A small statue of a cherub lay half-buried in the dust, its serene expression radiating a sense of peace. Picking it up, Maria was transported to another time. She could almost hear the soft chanting of prayers, feel the warmth of candles flickering in the dim light. The cherub's gaze seemed to meet hers, a silent affirmation of the faith that had spanned generations. With every discovery, the emotional weight of the past pressed down upon her. This was more than archaeology. This was a connection to something greater. As they continued their excavation, an intriguing detail emerged from the temple's architecture. Carvings depicting cherubim were not just decorative. They held a purpose, guiding the flow of energy within the sacred space. The architects of the temple had designed it meticulously, infusing it with layers of meaning. The very walls seemed to breathe with history, inviting the team to ponder the intentions of those who built it. Each corner turned revealed another fragment of a story, echoing the ancient prayers whispered in the shadows. With every layer peeled back, Maria and her team found themselves entwined in an emotional tapestry, each discovery pulling them deeper into the world of the cherubim. The more they unearthed, the more they felt the pulse of the past flowing through them, an unbroken line stretching through time, binding humanity in its quest for understanding and connection. Each artifact was a heartbeat, each prayer a whisper, resonating with the hopes, dreams, and fears of those who had come before. As they stood in the temple, enveloped by the weight of their findings, the team began to realize that the cherubim were not just relics of history. They were reflections of the human soul, a reminder of the eternal struggle to seek the divine, to find meaning in a world woven with uncertainty. The atmosphere crackled with emotion, a palpable sense of reverence filling the space as they prepared for what would come next. What other secrets lay waiting in the shadows, concealed within the whispers of time? Each heartbeat echoed with the promise that more was yet to be revealed, a story yearning to be told, inviting them to delve deeper into the mysteries that lay ahead. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of burning sage, a solitary figure sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, heart racing. An ancient text lay open before them, the yellowed pages whispering secrets from centuries past. As they traced the delicate illustrations of cherubim, winged beings radiating divine energy, their pulse quickened with an unshakable sense of connection. What were these celestial messengers, really? Did they not symbolize the very essence of purity and protection, of love that transcends earthly concerns? The idea of cherubim, often viewed through the lens of religious texts, carries a weight that resonates deeply in modern spirituality. These figures, with faces of innocence and wings outstretched, have been portrayed as guardians of sacred spaces, protectors of divine mysteries. Yet, beneath the surface of these charming images lies a complex tapestry woven from threads of history, symbolism, and profound emotional resonance. Historically, cherubim first emerged in ancient Mesopotamia, where they were crafted as sacred statues, representing divine beings that bridged the gap between humanity and the divine. The Sumerians envisioned them as powerful figures, protectors of temples and the afterlife. As cultures evolved, so did the imagery. The Israelites adopted these beings, reinventing them as guardians of the Ark of the Covenant with their wings spread wide, offering protection to the sacred. Their presence in the Holy of Holies, a space no ordinary person could enter, underscored their role as mediators between mankind and the divine. In contemporary spirituality, cherubim symbolize a deep yearning for connection, love, and understanding. They represent the innocent aspects of the soul that seek union with the higher realms. As believers light candles and offer prayers, these ethereal beings become symbols of hope, guiding individuals through dark nights of the soul, reminding them that they are never truly alone. The cherubim stand not just as figures in religious scripture, but as living embodiments of faith and trust in a loving universe. As thoughts of protection and guidance filled the room, the solitary figure began to feel a shift. The atmosphere thickened, almost alive with energy. It was as if the cherubim themselves had descended, their wings brushing the edges of reality. They could sense the weight of unspoken fears and dreams in that sacred space, a blend of uncertainty and faith that resonated deeply within. People today often feel lost in a world that moves too fast, where genuine connections can feel fleeting. Cherubim, with their unwavering love, remind humanity of the beauty of vulnerability and the strength that comes from opening one's heart. The image of a cherub with arms wide open, inviting all into its warmth, evokes an emotional response that stirs something deep within. There's a promise in that embrace of safety, of acceptance, of being seen for who you truly are. These beings also symbolize wisdom, often depicted as childlike yet possessing an understanding that transcends time. In a world where knowledge is often confused with information, cherubim cut through the noise, reminding souls of the truth that resonates beyond words. They urge individuals to reconnect with their inner child, to seek joy in the simple things, and to embrace the world with wide-eyed wonder. As the figure in the dim room began to breathe more steadily, visions of cherubim swirled in their mind. some with delicate smiles, others with fierce determination. Each representation carried a message, a reminder of the duality of existence. Love and loss, joy and sorrow, hope and despair. Cherubim embody the full spectrum of the human experience, teaching that every emotion is valid, every moment sacred. In the depths of despair, when the shadows seem to loom too large, the image of cherubim offers solace. There's a comfort in knowing that these divine beings are always nearby, guiding, watching, and loving. People often turn to them in prayer, seeking guidance or reassurance, their hearts reaching out for the ethereal embrace that transcends earthly limitations. In this act, they find a sense of belonging, a reminder that the universe is a tapestry of interconnected souls, each thread vital to the whole. The figure's heart swelled with emotion as they felt a rush of gratitude for those moments of connection. Times when a kind word from a stranger or a shared glance with a friend felt like a touch from the divine. The cherubim symbolize these fleeting moments of grace, reminding everyone that even amidst chaos, beauty exists in the smallest gestures. As the session came to a close, the figure opened their eyes slowly, staring at the illustrations in front of them. There was an unshakable sense of peace, a knowing that while the journey is often fraught with uncertainty, the cherubim remain steadfast. They symbolize not only divine protection but also the promise of love that embraces us all. The energy in the room shifted once more, stirring with new potential. It beckoned them to turn the page, to continue exploring the vast landscape of spirituality, where cherubim danced alongside every belief, every hope, every longing. The revelation that these divine beings might exist beyond the confines of sacred texts, thriving in the hearts of those who believe, created an intoxicating urge to learn more, to understand how their presence threads through human experiences, continuously inspiring love, hope, and connection. And so, the figure felt a shiver run down their spine, goosebumps rising as the door to deeper understanding began to creak open, hinting at the mysteries yet to unfold. The essence of the cherubim lingered, whispering promises of guidance and protection, urging them to reach for the next page, to continue unraveling the threads of a spirit that knows no boundaries, a journey that is anything but over. In the dim light of an ancient temple, shadows danced on the stone walls, flickering like whispers of the past. The air was thick with incense, wrapping around the figures carved into the marble, their features worn but still imbued with life. Among them were the cherubim, those enigmatic guardians of sacred space, their forms a blend of the familiar and the fantastical. Each winged figure, with its human-like face and animalistic features, stood as a testament to humanity's age-old quest to understand the divine. In the weighty silence, one could almost hear the echo of prayers, ancient and fervent, swirling through time. These celestial beings were not mere ornaments. They held profound significance, woven into the very fabric of belief. The cherubim were the keepers of the gate, the protectors of divine secrets, embodying the intersection between heaven and earth. They were a reflection of humanity's yearning for connection, for a glimpse into something greater than themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light shifted, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward the figures. The eyes of the cherubim glimmered, almost as if alive, watching over the faithful who had come to seek solace and understanding. Each detail of their wings, each curve of their faces, spoke of an artistry born from desperation and hope. Here was a blending of the sacred and the earthly, a reminder that the divine was not confined to the heavens, but was present in the hearts of men and women. Historically, these celestial beings emerged from a tapestry of beliefs, rooted in the rich soil of Mesopotamian mythology and woven into the very fabric of Judaism and Christianity. The word cherub itself, derived from the ancient Akkadian Cherubim, suggested a presence that was both approachable and powerful. They were not the soft, winged babies often seen in modern art, but fierce protectors, warriors of light standing guard over the mysteries of creation. In the book of Genesis, as Adam and Eve were cast from Eden, it was a cherub who wielded a flaming sword to guard the way to the tree of life, a chilling reminder of what was lost and what remained unattainable. As one wandered through the annals of history, The symbolism of the cherubim unfolded like a storybook. They adorned the Ark of the Covenant, their wings outstretched, forming a throne for the divine presence. This sacred box, encased in gold, became the heart of the Israelites' faith, a physical manifestation of God's promise. The cherubim were not simply decoration. They were an invitation to a relationship that transcended the mundane. Each glance at their carved features was a reminder of the divine intimacy that beckoned humanity to seek and to question, to reach beyond the veil that separated the earthly from the eternal. In art and literature, the portrayal of the cherubim continued to evolve, igniting imaginations and stirring emotions. They became symbols of purity and love, yet their origins hinted at something much darker and more complex. The cherubim were often depicted in rapturous glory, their countenances exuding serenity. But beneath that serene exterior lay the raw power of the divine, a force that could just as easily bring destruction as it could offer salvation. This duality reflected humanity's own struggle with fear and faith, love and loss. With each retelling of these ancient tales, the cherubim morphed into more than just figures of worship. They became mirrors reflecting the human spirit, capturing the longing and awe that accompanied the search for meaning. A soldier, on the battlefield, might find solace in their fierce guardianship, while a mother seeking hope for her child could see in them a loving embrace from the heavens. They were versatile, adapting to the myriad experiences of those who sought their presence. The cherubim echoed the collective consciousness, speaking to the depths of despair and the heights of joy. In the early days of Christianity, the cherubim found new life in the burgeoning faith. They adorned church ceilings and altars, their majestic wings a reminder of the divine promise of salvation. Artists like Giotto and Michelangelo infused their visions with emotion, capturing the ethereal beauty of these beings. The colors used, gold for divinity, blue for the heavens, drew the eye and the heart upward, urging the faithful to seek connection with the divine. The cherubim inspired not just awe but also introspection, prompting believers to confront their own spiritual journeys, the struggle between doubt and faith. In the echoes of their artistry, one could hear the heartbeat of the ages, the unyielding quest for understanding, for connection, for a glimpse of the divine. The cherubim were not static figures. They were vibrant, alive with the stories of countless souls who had come before. They served as a bridge between the known and the unknown, an invitation to ponder the mysteries that lay just beyond human comprehension. In moments of quiet reflection, one might envision a child gazing up at a stained glass window depicting the cherubim, their eyes wide with wonder. The light filtering through the glass ignited their imagination, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. In that instant, the child felt the rush of connection, a flicker of understanding that perhaps, just perhaps, the divine was not so distant after all. And as the temple's ancient stones bore witness to these timeless emotions, the stories of the cherubim continued to ripple through the hearts of those who dared to dream, to believe, to yearn for something greater. Their presence lingered in the air, a reminder that the sacred was always within reach, waiting for those brave enough to seek it out. Each heartbeat echoed a sentiment of longing, a desire to bridge the human experience with the divine mystery that lay just beyond the horizon. As the night deepened, the temple held its breath, cradling the tales of the cherubim, waiting for the next seeker to arrive, to open their heart and unlock the whispers of what it meant to believe. And in that waiting, the stories flowed, intertwining with dreams and hopes, ushering in the dawn of understanding that was as old as time itself. In an ancient church, candles flickered like stars suspended in an eternal twilight. Shadows whispered secrets of the divine as a lone woman sat in a pew, her heart racing with a mixture of fear and longing. She gazed upward, where the cherubim, radiant figures of divine love and protection, hovered in gilded mosaics, their serene faces watching over her. Yet, in that sacred space, she felt an unbearable weight of exclusion. The cherubim, often venerated as heavenly messengers, were a symbol of purity and grace, yet they seemed to belong to a world that did not embrace her. Throughout history, Orthodox traditions have revered women, yet their roles have often been overshadowed by a patriarchal structure. The Church has upheld icons of female saints, Yet the narratives surrounding them seldom include the complexities of womanhood. These women were not just vessels of piety. They were warriors of faith, mothers of martyrs, and steadfast pillars in times of despair. Each story of these saints echoed with the voices of those who came before, creating an intricate tapestry of resilience and strength. As the candles melted down, their wax pooling like tears, one could almost hear the whispers of the saints. Stories of Saint Mary of Egypt, whose life transformed from one of sin to redemption, resonated through the air. Her journey reflected a struggle familiar to many women, a battle against societal judgment and inner demons. In the Orthodox canon, her tale served as a reminder that holiness can arise from the most unexpected places. Yet the Church's teachings often left women like her ensnared in a paradox. Did they embody the grace of cherubim, or were they forever cast as mere reflections of a male-dominated narrative? In the same breath, the figure of Saint Anastasia emerged, a martyr who faced her death with unwavering faith. She stood against the tides of oppression, refusing to be silenced. Yet, how many stories of women like her remained unsung, buried beneath the weight of tradition? The Gospels sang praises to the male apostles, yet it was the women who stayed behind, bearing witness to the crucifixion. They ventured into the tomb to find it empty, becoming the first heralds of the resurrection. In their courage, they embodied a fierce strength that echoed through time, yet their voices often faded into hushed reverence. As the church bells tolled, a shiver ran through the air, rippling with the emotions of countless women who have walked through these sacred halls. The cherubim, with their outstretched wings, seemed to cradle the hopes and dreams of those who felt invisible. Each feather was a reminder of the divine potential that lay dormant within every woman. Yet, the struggle remained palpable. How could they claim their place within a tradition that so often confined them to the periphery? In the hallowed halls adorned with golden mosaics, where the stories of men were chronicled in vivid detail, the absence of women's narratives became a haunting void. The saints were revered, but their humanity, with all its flaws and complexities, was often overlooked. What of the mothers who nurtured these saints, the daughters who carried forth their legacies, the sisters who defied norms? They were intertwined with the fabric of faith, yet their threads seemed frayed and forgotten. Then, amidst the silence, a voice emerged, a voice that spoke of the sorrows and triumphs of women throughout generations. It was the voice of the Church, both a mother and a guardian, urging women to reclaim their stories. The cherubim, symbols of divine love, beckoned them to rise, to find strength in their vulnerability, to stand tall amid the judgments of the world. They were not just passive observers. They were active participants in the unfolding story of faith. The echoes of the past reverberated through time, connecting the present to the empty tomb and the vibrant life of the Church. Each woman who entered the sacred space brought with her the weight of history, the legacy of those who came before. They were not merely followers, but were called to be the voices that would reshape the narrative. The cherubim watched, wings outstretched, as the tides of change began to surge. Through laughter and tears, through trials and triumphs, women found camaraderie in their shared experiences. They gathered in prayer, in community, forging bonds that defied the boundaries set by tradition. It was in these moments of unity that the essence of the cherubim came alive, not as distant celestial beings, but as reflections of the sacred feminine present in every woman's heart. They were the guardians of strength, the protectors of dreams. And so, as the Church continued to endure, it became a living testament to the power of womanhood. The stories of the saints swirled around them, entwined with the voices of those who had been silenced for far too long. Time itself seemed to bend, merging the past with the present, inviting each woman to step into her own role as a bearer of light. Outside, the world pulsed with life, echoing the struggles and triumphs of women everywhere. The cherubim, though rooted in tradition, transformed into a symbol of hope and liberation. They were not just guardians of the divine. They were embodiments of the strength found in every woman who dared to rise against adversity. And as the woman in the pew closed her eyes, she felt a connection to something greater, a bond that transcended generations, a call to embrace her identity as a cherished daughter of the Church. The flames flickered around her, illuminating the path ahead, whispering promises of renewal and transformation. With every heartbeat, the resolve within her grew stronger, intertwining with the voices of the past. And in that sacred moment, she knew that the story was far from over. In the dim light of twilight, a hush fell over the ancient garden, where leaves fluttered like whispers against the autumn breeze. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant echo of rustling branches. It was here, among the gnarled roots and vibrant blooms, that the stories of the cherubim began to intertwine with the very essence of nature itself. These celestial beings, often depicted with wings and radiant faces, were not merely guardians of sacred spaces. They were the embodiment of the divine woven into the fabric of the world, a reflection of the beauty and chaos of life. As the moon rose, casting silver ribbons of light across the ground, the symbols of these cherubim seemed to pulse with a heartbeat all their own. Each figure carved into ancient stone, every flutter of a bird's wing, spoke of the intricate dance between heaven and earth. The connection was palpable, electric, as if the very air vibrated with energy. People had long revered these beings, believing them to be the keepers of balance, between the seen and the unseen, the earthly and the ethereal. In the distant past, the Israelites wandered the deserts, their spirits tethered to the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. Their sacred text spoke of cherubim guarding the holy ark, their wings stretching wide, a bridge between humanity and the divine. In those moments of desperation and hope, the cherubim were not only protectors. They were a reminder that nature itself was a testament to God's presence. When rain fell after a drought, it was the wings of the cherubim that carried forth the blessings of renewal. But the cherubim were more than mere symbols of protection. They served as a reminder of the responsibility humanity held towards the earth. Ancient cultures often depicted them surrounded by lush landscapes, teeming with life. Here, in their presence, the rivers flowed clear, and trees reached skyward, their branches heavy with fruit. Such imagery stirred the hearts of those who gazed upon it, evoking a sense of duty to care for the very world that cradled their existence. As centuries passed, the connection between these celestial beings and the earth began to shift, but never entirely faded. In the medieval period, artists captured their likeness in illuminated manuscripts, adorned with vibrant colors and intricate patterns. Each stroke of the brush breathed life into the pages, depicting cherubim intertwined with vines, flowers, and animals. They represented not only divine love but also the reverence for nature, the belief that every creature, from the smallest insect to the tallest tree, held a spark of the divine within it. The challenge came when that reverence was overshadowed by the expansion of empires and the relentless march of progress. The world grew louder, filled with the clang of machinery and the rush of industry. Yet, amidst the noise, there arose a longing, a yearning to reconnect with the earth. People began to look back, seeking solace in the stories of old and the ethereal images of cherubim flitting among the trees. They found hope in the notion that nature could heal, that it was a living testament to the divine. The echoes of those early beliefs whispered through the ages, inspiring movements that sought to safeguard the natural world. Environmentalists, artists, and thinkers began to speak of the sacredness of nature, echoing the sentiments of ancient peoples who understood the delicate balance of life. They drew upon the imagery of cherubim, reminding the world that the divine was not separate from the earth but woven into its very core. With every passing year, the seasons carved their stories into the landscape. The cherubim could be seen in the migration of birds, in the blooming of flowers, and in the quiet hum of bees pollinating the earth. Each cycle became a testament to renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest of winters, the promise of spring lay just beneath the surface. It was a rhythm that resonated deeply within the hearts of those who chose to listen, who chose to see the divine in every blade of grass and every drop of rain. In the throes of a summer storm, lightning split the sky in a brilliant flash. It illuminated the faces of those who stood watching, awestruck by the power of nature. As thunder rumbled like an ancient drum, they felt the weight of centuries upon them. The knowledge that humanity was not the pinnacle of existence, but a part of a grand tapestry interwoven with the divine. In that moment, the cherubim seemed to soar overhead, their wings unfurling like banners of hope, reminding everyone that there was still beauty to be found, still stories to be told. Yet the tension remained. As the cries for change grew louder, so did the opposing forces that sought to exploit the very earth they claimed to protect. The conflict between progress and preservation raged on, and the cherubim, once symbols of peace, became ensnared in the struggle. They watched as forests fell, rivers were dammed, and the delicate balance was threatened. The weight of their guardianship felt heavy, pressing down on the hearts of those who understood the consequences of neglecting nature's call. In the midst of this turmoil, a flicker of hope emerged. Young voices, the children of the earth, rose up, fueled by passion and urgency. They spoke of cherubim as both figures of reverence and symbols of resilience, reminding the world that caring for the earth was not just a duty but a sacred promise. Their shouts pierced the air, rallying communities to protect the land, to cherish the rivers, and to honor the trees. It was a movement ignited by the belief that the divine was not just found in the heavens, but all around them, waiting for humanity to embrace its role as stewards of creation. And so, the story unfolded, an intricate weave of hope and despair, beauty and destruction. The cherubim watched from the periphery, their wings poised, ready to lift humanity beyond the confines of its limitations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the landscape, a sense of awakening surged through the hearts of many. The call of the cherubim rang louder than ever, a beacon guiding them toward a deeper understanding of their connection to nature and the divine, where every heartbeat echoed the sacred bond that existed between them and the world around them. In the flickering light of ancient candle flames, two figures stood before a tapestry that breathed stories of faith and wonder. One, a Jew, traced the outline of the cherubim with a finger, recalling how these celestial beings guarded the sacred ark of the covenant, their wings stretching wide in a protective embrace. The other, a Christian, marveled at the same image, remembering the gospel's depiction of angels, messengers of God who bring hope and guidance, ever present in times of despair. The air around them crackled with unspoken connections, as if the very fabric of history throbbed with the weight of shared beliefs. In temples and cathedrals, in mosques and synagogues, the cherubim have woven themselves through the tapestry of human spirituality, each thread telling a tale of divine connection. Rooted in the early biblical narratives, these winged guardians were first mentioned in Genesis, where they stood sentinel at the gates of Eden. It was at that moment that they became symbols of divine mystery, representing the border between the earthly and the sacred. Their purpose, draped in layers of theological interpretation, has sparked fascination and reverence across generations and cultures. The Jewish tradition speaks of the cherubim as embodiments of mercy and justice, intricate beings created by God to serve as protectors. They held the tablets of the law, their wings forming a canopy over the sacred instructions given to humanity. In the book of Exodus, the instructions detailing their creation are so precise, echoing the craftsmanship attributed to a master artist. The cherubim were not mere decorations in the Holy of Holies. They were living symbols of God's presence among His people, a promise of guidance and protection. Each feather, each curve of their forms, whispered stories of covenant and commitment, beckoning followers to look beyond the physical and into the divine embrace. The Christian perspective, however, added another layer to the narrative. In the New Testament, the cherubim take on the role of heralds, announcing the presence of God in the most unexpected of places. They are seen in the visions of the prophets, soaring high above the throne of God, singing praises that resonate through the heavens. The imagery of the cherubim evolved, shifting from guardians to guides, illuminating the path through the shadows of doubt and fear. Their presence in the Gospels served to remind believers that they were never alone, that divine love was ever near, ready to lift them from the depths of despair. Across the ages, the cherubim have also found their way into Islamic tradition. Here, they are perceived as angels of the highest order, serving as protectors and facilitators of God's will. In the Quran, they are described as majestic beings, their very essence intertwined with the divine. The imagery of cherubim in Islamic texts represents spiritual purity and the closeness to God, a reminder that believers are surrounded by divine guardians. The message is clear. Regardless of the struggles faced in the earthly realm, the cherubim are ever vigilant, their wings spread wide in a promise of peace and safety. As the two figures stood before the tapestry, their breaths mingled in a shared moment of awe. They spoke softly, voices tinged with reverence. They shared stories of their traditions, weaving together threads of belief and experience. Each tale resonated with the warmth of familiarity, a recognition of the sacred that transcended their differences. One spoke of their childhood, how the stories of angels and guardians inspired dreams of bravery and compassion. The other nodded, recalling the moments when the weight of the world pressed down, and the thought of divine protection lifted their spirits. Their dialogue swirled around them, echoing the deep-rooted connections that have existed for millennia. In every tradition, the cherubim remained a symbol of hope, a bridge between the known and the unknown. They represented the universal search for understanding, the yearning for connection that lay at the heart of every faith. The stories of the cherubim transcended boundaries, a testament to the shared human experience that called for solidarity rather than division. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced along the walls, illuminating the faces of the figures as they delved deeper into their explorations. They spoke of the arts, paintings, and sculptures that captured the essence of the cherubim, each piece reflecting the artist's interpretation of these celestial beings. The brush strokes seemed alive, filled with emotion and intention, capturing the very essence of what it meant to be watched over and guided. In moments of silence, the air thickened with unspoken understanding. It was in those pauses that the weight of centuries pressed down, binding them in a shared experience of faith. They could feel the pulse of history, as if the cherubim themselves hovered nearby, listening, waiting, their wings whispering secrets of unity and understanding. As the shadows grew long, the conversation shifted. They began to envision a world where these shared beliefs could transcend the barriers that often divide. They imagined communities coming together, celebrating the cherubim not as symbols of division but as embodiments of hope. The flickering flames ignited a spark of possibility, a vision of unity that made their hearts race with anticipation. With every word exchanged, they understood that the cherubim were more than mere figures in ancient texts. They were symbols of connection that held the potential to bridge the divides that have separated humanity for far too long. The emotional energy in the room surged, creating a palpable tension, a sense of urgency to continue the conversation beyond the confines of tradition and interpretation. As the candlelight flickered once more, the atmosphere thickened with a profound realization. The cherubim, in their many forms, had become a powerful reminder of what it means to be human. Their stories, woven through history and faith, illuminated the path toward understanding, urging all to recognize the divine presence in one another. The figures stood, hearts pounding, energized by the recognition of their shared quest for connection. The moment held the promise of transformation, an invitation to continue exploring the sacred threads that bind us all, while the echoes of the cherubim lingered in the air. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the sacred ground where the earth whispered age-old stories. A cool breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of damp soil and the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. Here, amidst the rustling leaves and soft murmurs of a nearby stream, the ancient memory of the cherubim stirred like a powerful undercurrent within global indigenous spiritualities. These figures, often depicted with wings, embodying divine guardianship, were not mere relics from dusty pages of scripture. They pulsated with life, emblems of a deeper connection between humanity and the cosmos. In many indigenous cultures, they surfaced not as distant angels confined to the halls of religious texts, but as vibrant entities, intertwined with nature and the spirit world. Their essence echoed in the stories told around fires, in the rhythmic beats of drums, and in the dances that celebrated the cycles of life. In the teachings of the Native American tribes, the cherubim morphed into the spirit animals that watched over the people. They were the guardians of the soul, protectors of the earth, often taking form as majestic eagles or wise bears. With each flicker of their wings, They whispered truths of resilience and balance, urging the people to honor nature and respect its bounties. The elders spoke of dreams where these ethereal beings appeared, guiding the lost and illuminating paths shrouded in darkness. The villagers would huddle close, captivated by the vivid imagery woven into their tales, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and awe. In parts of Africa, the cherubim donned the guise of ancestral spirits, guardians of lineage and history. They were celebrated in vibrant ceremonies, where the living met the departed in a sacred dance of remembrance. Drumming would echo through the night, drawing the souls into a shared moment of celebration, pain, and love. The air crackled with anticipation as dancers adorned in colorful fabrics swirled and leaped, embodying the essence of those who came before. Their movements told stories of survival, unity, and the relentless spirit of the people who honored their ancestors, channeling the energy of the cherubim. Across the waters, in the lush landscapes of the Amazon, indigenous tribes spoke reverently of the spirits that soared through the canopy. The cherubim, in their eyes, were not distant entities but intimate companions, woven into the fabric of their existence. They walked with the people, guiding their hunts, blessing their crops, and soothing their fears in times of uncertainty. The tribes believed that these guardians infused their world with wisdom, teaching them to read the signs of nature, to listen to the rustling of the leaves, and to understand the whispers of the river. The connection was palpable, as if the very air shimmered with the presence of ancient beings. In the Pacific Islands, the cherubim manifested as protectors of the seas, revered by those whose lives were entwined with the ocean. Fishermen would offer prayers before embarking on their voyages, seeking the blessings of these winged guardians. The crashing waves served as a backdrop for tales of bravery and sacrifice, as the spirits guided their canoes through treacherous waters. There was a certain magic in these stories, a belief that the cherubim were ever watchful, ensuring safe travels and bountiful catches, fostering a deep-seated respect for the ocean's power. Even in the distant reaches of Siberia, you could find the echoes of cherubim as guardians of the tundra. The shamans preached about the sacred connection between the people and the land. The spirit beings, adorned with feathers and shimmering lights, were said to guide the hunting parties, ensuring that every arrow found its mark. They spoke of a world where the seen and unseen existed in perfect harmony, where the cherubim infused every breath of wind with purpose and every flake of snow with wisdom. Stories of the cherubim were not just passed down through generations. They were felt in the very bones of the people. Each tale was a thread in a vast tapestry, connecting the past to the present, the earthly to the divine. The spiritual landscapes shaped by these narratives pulsated with emotion, the cries of the ancestors mingling with the laughter of children, the weight of history resting lightly on the shoulders of the living. As night fell, the stars emerged, shimmering like a tapestry of diamonds scattered across the canvas of darkness. The people gathered, eyes lifted to the heavens, where the celestial dance unveiled stories of their own. They felt the connection, the pulse of the universe resonating with their own heartbeat. In that moment, the cherubim were not merely figures from ancient lore. They were present, alive in the flickering flames of the bonfire, in the shared breath of the gathered souls, in the very essence of life itself. The stories would continue, weaving through the fabric of time, never truly ending, as the cherubim lingered, ever watchful. They transcended boundaries, their influence rippling through cultures and traditions, binding humanity in a collective yearning for connection, for understanding, for guidance. Each whispered word, each heartbeat echoed in the vastness of existence, reminding all that the sacred and the mundane intertwined in a dance as old as time. And as dawn approached, with the first light breaking over the horizon, the promises of a new day unfurled. The cherubim lingered on the edges of consciousness, leading the way into a future that, like the stories of old, would forever be entwined with the past. The sacred cycle of life continued, each moment a testament to the enduring spirit of the cherubim, a thread in the ever-evolving story of existence, waiting to reveal itself in countless forms, beckoning the world to remember, to feel, and to believe. In a time long ago, when the air was thick with incense and the flicker of candlelight danced upon ancient stones, The whispers of heaven brushed against earth like a warm breeze. The people walked with their heads bowed, hearts heavy with the weight of their existence, painfully aware of the gulf that stretched between them and the divine. Yet, in the shadows of their worship, flickering visions of winged beings emerged, majestic and terrifying, guardians of mysteries far beyond their understanding. Cherubim, the very name conjured images of power and grace intertwined, beings draped in a shimmering veil of light. Ancient texts spoke of their wings, a span that could shield the world or scatter it with a single flap. With faces that bore the balance of fear and comfort, these celestial creatures were not merely decorations of divine lore. They stood as mighty intermediaries between humanity and the overwhelming presence of God. In the Temple of Solomon, where the air simmered with prayers, the cherubim loomed large, their figures intricately carved from the finest cedar and adorned with gold. Each detail captured the essence of their purpose, not just to guard the sacred but to bridge the chasm that separated the Creator from the created. The Ark of the Covenant, resting in the innermost sanctuary, became the focal point of this celestial communion. It was here that the presence of God was said to dwell, yet without the cherubim, the divine would remain untouchable, shrouded in holy mystery. Imagine a priest, his hands trembling as he prepared to enter the sacred space. The weight of centuries pressed upon him, the stories of those who had come before him echoing in his mind. He had studied the rites, memorized the prayers, but nothing could prepare him for the moment he would step into the presence of the cherubim. Those magnificent beings, their wings extending like a protective canopy, symbolized the profound act of mediation. In their presence, he felt both insignificance and significance collide within him. A rush of fear mingled with a fierce longing for connection. As he approached the altar, the air crackled with an electric tension. Could he truly communicate with the divine? The cherubim were not merely guardians. They were the embodiment of hope. They reminded the people that even in their frailty, they were not abandoned. With every prayer that left their lips, they reached out toward God, and the cherubim stood ready to carry those humble offerings into the divine realm. Throughout history, the cherubim have woven themselves into the tapestry of countless cultures and religions. In Mesopotamian art, winged beings adorned the walls of temples, serving as reminders of the divine watchfulness that enveloped humanity. In each civilization, the concept of mediation persisted, a thread that tied mortals to the gods. The cherubim were not just symbols. They were the embodiment of the yearning for understanding, a sacred promise that no one was truly alone. But with that promise, there came a haunting question. Could humanity ever be truly worthy of such grace? As the priest knelt before the ark, his heart raced. The weight of sin, the burdens of life, pressed upon him like a dark cloud. How could he, a mere human, approach the divine throne with such imperfections? The cherubim, with their watchful eyes, seemed to sense his turmoil. They were not there to condemn but to remind him of the divine mercy that flowed through the ages. In the vast expanse of sacred texts, the image of the cherubim persisted. They were woven into the very fabric of faith, a promise of hope in the face of despair. Stories of their encounters with humanity filled the pages, each tale echoing the deep longing for connection. In the midst of sorrow, the vision of these celestial beings brought comfort. The weight of history pressed on the hearts of those who sought to understand. In the ages of early Christianity, the role of the cherubim evolved. They became symbols of the divine love that transcended boundaries. To see a cherub was to witness the intertwining of heaven and earth, a dance of light that illuminated the darkest corners of the human soul. As the priest finished his offering, the silence enveloped him. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that seemed to pulse with life, as if the cherubim themselves were drawing near. He felt their presence, a warm embrace of reassurance. It was then that he realized the act of mediation was not just about offering prayers. It was about opening the heart, allowing the divine to seep into the very essence of life. The cherubim became a reminder that, despite their flaws, humanity was always worthy of divine love. In the stillness of that sacred moment, the boundaries of the past and present began to blur. The stories of those who came before him echoed in his heart, and the future shimmered with possibilities. The weight of history transformed into a beacon of hope. The cherubim had always been there, guiding the faithful, whispering promises of connection, and igniting the spark of belief. But as the priest rose to leave the sacred space, a flicker of doubt crept in. Could he carry this understanding back to the world outside? The weight of knowledge felt like a burden. The cherubim had taught him so much, yet he was acutely aware of the shadows that loomed beyond the temple walls, the doubts, the fears, and the questions that gnawed at the edges of faith. The dance of light and shadow continued, and the priest stepped out into the world, the echoes of the cherubim still resonating in his heart. The air outside was thick with the cries of humanity, longing, pain, and hope intermingling in a chaotic symphony. Somewhere in that noise, he knew the cherubim were still present, mediating between the divine and the mortal, urging humanity to reach out, to believe, and to remember that they were never truly alone. And as night fell, the stars sparkled like the wings of the cherubim above, each a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the intimate connection that bound it all together. The journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. The sacred and the mundane intertwined endlessly, each moment a chance to grasp the ethereal, to feel the pulse of something greater. The weight of history was immense, yet so was the promise of the future, woven tightly by the threads of mediation that would continue to connect heaven and earth, life and eternity. In the dim light of a small-town cinema, an audience sits breathless as a flickering image fills the screen. Wings glimmer with an otherworldly sheen, feathers shifting like shadows in a golden light. The figure before them is not just a creature. It is a cherub, a being that blurs the lines between innocence and divine complexity. Children clutch their popcorn, their wide eyes reflecting the shimmering halo above this celestial guardian, while adults exchange glances that mix wonder with unease. This moment, suspended in time, encapsulates the modern portrayal of cherubim in film and television, an exploration of innocence corrupted, beauty intertwined with fear. Historically, cherubim were not mere symbols of sweetness. Rooted in ancient texts, particularly in the Hebrew Bible, they guard sacred spaces. They are both protectors and avengers, a duality that filmmakers have harnessed to create tension and drama. In movies, the cherub transforms from a childlike figure into something much darker, suggesting that purity can sometimes mask danger. This tension resonates deeply, tapping into a collective fear that innocence, when threatened, can become a weapon. In one film, a cherub hovers over a young girl in a moment of vulnerability. The audience holds its breath as the camera zooms in on its serene face, then quickly shifts to a twisted smile. The cherub's wings, once a symbol of hope, curl ominously. This juxtaposition is powerful. It evokes a sense of foreboding, making viewers question their understanding of goodness. The cherub, with its ethereal beauty, becomes a reminder that not all that glitters is gold. As the scene unfolds, the audience is swept into a whirlwind of emotions: fear, pity, and confusion. Television series have also embraced this rich tapestry of symbolism. In a popular show, a cherub stands watch over a crumbling city, its eyes filled with sorrow. Here, the cherub embodies the weight of loss, a silent witness to the chaos of humanity. As characters grapple with their choices, the cherub's presence grows increasingly poignant, elevating the narrative. It serves as a reminder of the stakes at play, an embodiment of divine judgment that looms over every decision. The viewers are left grappling with their own morality, questioning what it means to be good in a world filled with darkness. The art of crafting these cherubim transcends mere visual representation. Filmmakers tap into the rich history of these celestial beings, drawing from ancient myths and scriptures to breathe life into their stories. The idea of cherubim as guardians, with their ornate wings and mystical powers, becomes a lens through which audiences view their own struggles. They aren't just characters. They are mirrors reflecting the internal battles of humanity. With each appearance, the tension mounts, pulling viewers deeper into a narrative woven with threads of hope and despair. One particularly haunting scene showcases a cherub sitting silently at the end of a darkened hallway. The camera lingers, inviting the audience to ponder the reason for its presence. It is a metaphorical crossroads where the weight of choices hangs heavy in the air. The stillness is palpable, each second stretching into eternity. Here lies the beauty of modern representations of cherubim. They become symbols of our innermost fears and desires. As the tension builds, the viewers are gripped by an unshakable anxiety, wondering if the cherub will bring salvation or damnation. In a contrasting narrative, another series presents cherubim as playful, with their carefree antics providing comic relief. Yet even in light-hearted moments, a shadow lingers. Behind the laughter, there is an undercurrent of sadness, as if the existence of these beings serves as a stark reminder of lost innocence. Though they flit about with joyous abandon, the audience can't help but feel the weight of an unspoken tragedy. Every chuckle rings hollow. Every smile is tinged with longing. This emotional complexity adds layers to the storytelling, making the cherub a multifaceted figure that captures the heart and mind. As the screen fades to black, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The story may be done for now, but the cherub's gaze lingers long after the credits roll. The audience carries with them the weight of what they have witnessed, the beauty of creation intertwined with the essence of fear. Each portrayal, whether sinister or playful, resonates deeply, leaving an indelible mark on the psyche. The history of cherubim, steeped in ancient traditions and scriptures, continues to inspire modern storytellers. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, these celestial beings serve as reminders of the moral dilemmas we face. Each representation holds a mirror to our souls, reflecting the constant tug-of-war between light and darkness, hope and despair. With every flicker of wings and every whispered prayer, the cherub beckons audiences to confront the complexities of their own existence. In the wake of these stories, the audience is left with questions that linger, echoing through the corridors of their minds. What is the true nature of innocence? Can beauty coexist with malevolence? The cherub, a seemingly simple figure, transforms into a profound symbol of these inquiries, weaving an intricate web of emotions that captures hearts and minds. As the lights in the cinema rise, the whispers of the cherub's presence remain, a gentle reminder of the stories left untold. The screen may go dark, but the essence of the cherub lives on, a testament to the timeless struggle between light and shadow, love and fear, a paradox that fuels the narratives of our lives. With every tale told, the cherub continues to soar, wings spread wide, inviting all to reflect on the deeper meanings hidden within their delicate forms. In an ancient temple, dust motes danced in the shafts of light that filtered through cracked stone. The air was thick with incense, and the whispers of long-lost prayers seemed to linger, echoing off the walls. Within this sacred space, a golden statue of a cherub sat, its wings spread wide as if to take flight into the ether. This figure, carved with exquisite detail, embodied an age-old belief that these celestial beings were messengers of divine will, guardians of the threshold between heaven and earth. For centuries, cherubim have been woven into the fabric of religious thought, embodying a mixture of fear, reverence, and awe. They are often depicted as innocent, childlike figures, yet they are anything but. Their presence in Scripture, guarding the Garden of Eden, surrounding the throne of God, reflects a complexity that has fascinated theologians and art historians alike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the temple, one couldn't help but ponder their future in a world that often teeters on the edge of skepticism. In the corridors of time, cherubim have evolved. In ancient Babylon, they stood as fierce protectors, depicted with the bodies of lions and the faces of men, embodying a raw and powerful essence. As the centuries rolled on, they softened, transforming into chubby, winged infants in the Renaissance, a stark contrast to their original form. Yet, with every shift in portrayal came an underlying truth. Cherubim are not merely decorative figures, but rather symbols steeped in profound spiritual significance. The tension between their fearsome past and their tender present creates a rich tapestry that continues to inspire emotional responses in believers and historians alike. As mankind trudges through the trials of modern life, battling uncertainty, loss, and existential dread, One must ask, what role will cherubim play in the future of religious thought? Will they remain mere relics of a bygone era? Or will they rise anew to guide humanity through the storm? In the quiet corners of a defiant heart, hope flickers like a candle in the dark. Perhaps these beings will evolve, adapting to the fears and dreams of a new generation, symbolizing not just divine justice but also compassion and connection. Stories of cherubim weave through the narratives of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, creating a bridge between vastly different faiths. In the Jewish tradition, they are guardians of the Ark of the Covenant, symbolizing the presence of God. In Christian iconography, they surround the divine throne, a reminder of heavenly glory. Islamic texts, too, acknowledge these celestial beings, albeit with a slightly different interpretation, portraying them as spiritually pure entities that elevate humanity's understanding of the divine. Each faith gives them a unique color, yet their essence remains unchanged. They watch over the faithful, embodying hope when life feels insurmountable. It's in these moments of despair that the image of the cherub becomes a beacon, a reminder that even the most lost souls can find their way home, guided by the hands of a loving protector. The emotional pull of these figures is undeniable, a testament to humanity's longing for connection with something greater. As discussions of spirituality evolve in the 21st century, cherubim have begun to take on new meanings. In an age where technology often overshadows tradition, and faith feels like a relic, younger generations seek to reclaim their significance. They are reimagined in art, literature, and even popular culture, characters that can wrestle with the complexities of modern existence. Will they become champions of mental health, embodying the support and understanding that individuals crave in a world that feels increasingly disconnected? This shifting perspective has ignited a dialogue among scholars, artists, and spiritual leaders. The future of cherubim will likely reflect humanity's collective yearning for belonging and guidance. As the winds of change sweep through society, the cherub's wings may unfurl once more, embracing rather than rejecting the trials of contemporary life. In the flickering candlelight of a chapel, an artist pours their soul into a canvas, painting the image of a cherub not as a symbol of divine judgment, but as a comforting presence, holding out its hand to those in need. This image stirs something deep within, a resonant chord that strikes at the heart of many. The shift from fear to comfort encapsulates the potential of cherubim in the future. Guardians not just of sacred spaces, but of emotional landscapes, helping humanity navigate the intricate maze of modern struggles. As each stroke of the brush captures the cherub's intricate features, the artist contemplates its future role. Will these figures continue to evolve, perhaps becoming advocates for mental health, embracing the pain and struggles of humanity rather than standing as distant observers? When the weight of despair feels unbearable, the thought of a cherub, glowing with warmth and compassion, offers solace. In this potential shift lies the emotional tension of the future, a future where cherubim are not just protectors of the divine but also of the human heart. They may stand at the crossroads of tradition and innovation, inviting believers to find healing and transformation in their embrace. As the temple doors swing open, the air cools, and the last light of day fades into twilight, the echoes of prayers and hopes linger like a gentle breeze. The cherub, with its wings outstretched, seems to beckon toward the horizon, hinting at the possibilities that lie ahead. Its gaze is not fixed on the past, but rather on the unfolding tapestry of human experience, where every thread matters, each one a story waiting to be told. In this embrace of the future, cherubim may yet find their most poignant role, forever entwined in the hearts and minds of those who seek them out, guiding the lost and illuminating the path toward understanding and love. The journey continues, a sacred dance between the known and the unknown, with cherubim leading the way. In the hushed whispers of ancient texts, beneath the weight of sorrow and suffering, a question looms larger than life itself. Why does evil exist in a world created by a benevolent God? The cherubim, radiant beings of purity and grace, flutter about the heavenly realms like living symbols of divinity, yet they exist within a narrative filled with stark contradictions. Their presence raises haunting inquiries that echo through the ages, challenging the very foundation of faith. Picture a moment in time, centuries ago, when a group of philosophers gathered under the flickering glow of candlelight in a dimly lit chamber. These thinkers, faces marked with lines of worry, debated fervently about the nature of good and evil. Outside, a storm brewed, lightning illuminating the sky in frantic bursts. With every crash of thunder, the very essence of their discussion seemed to tremble. This was not merely an intellectual exercise. It was a desperate search for understanding in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. The cherubim, often seen as guardians of divine mystery, held a paradoxical role. On one hand, they represented hope and protection, whispering comfort to those who sought solace. On the other, their existence raised unsettling questions about the presence of suffering and the silence of the Almighty in the face of human pain. Throughout history, from the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia to the philosophical inquiries of the Middle Ages, the dilemma of evil has haunted humanity like a shadow. In a small village, nestled between mountains and rivers, a child named Miriam played among the flowers. Her laughter rang out like a sweet melody, innocent and pure. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a great tragedy lurked just beyond the horizon. That village had seen its share of misfortune. Disease, poverty, and conflict danced hand in hand, weaving their cruel tapestry through the lives of its inhabitants. Questions bubbled up among the villagers. Why would a loving God allow such hardship? Why did the cherubim not intervene? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, Miriam's laughter faded into silence as a shadow fell across her path. The village elder, his face weathered by time, gathered the people around him, his voice heavy with a burden of unanswered questions. "If the cherubim are the guardians of divine purpose," he proclaimed, "then what does their silence mean in our suffering? Are they distant, or is it us who fail to see?" In that moment, a ripple of unease swept through the crowd. The air thickened with tension, emotions interweaving like the branches of an ancient tree. Some believed that evil was a necessary counterpart to good, a test of faith and resilience, while others shuddered at the thought that such suffering could be a divine orchestration, a cruel trick played by an indifferent creator. The philosophical debates ignited in the hearts of the villagers, echoing the thoughts of scholars like Augustine and Aquinas, who had grappled with similar dilemmas. Augustine saw evil as a privation of good, a consequence of free will, while Aquinas sought to align reason with faith, insisting that God allowed evil for a greater good. Yet, for the villagers, these lofty arguments felt insufficient in the face of their daily struggles. In that same dimly lit chamber, centuries later, another gathering unfolded. Scholars and theologians from across the land sat on worn wooden benches, faces illuminated by the flickering light of a fire. They argued passionately, their voices rising and falling like the tide. "The existence of evil is a testament to human freedom," one declared, his eyes blazing with conviction. "Without the choice to do wrong, how can we truly appreciate what is good?" But another voice, softer yet resolute, countered, "What of the innocent? What of the child like Miriam? Is it fair to place the weight of suffering on the shoulders of the weak? If the cherubim are truly messengers of divine love, where do they stand when the world is drowning in despair?" The discussion hung in the air, thick with unresolved tension. Questions lingered like ghosts, haunting the souls of those who dared to confront the nature of their faith. In the eyes of the participants, a storm brewed, mirroring the tempest outside. Each participant wrestled with their beliefs, their fears, the very fabric of their understanding unraveled thread by thread. As the night deepened, they turned to the ancient texts, seeking guidance. Stories of the cherubim flickered like stars in the darkness, tales of their roles as guardians and warriors, but also as witnesses to human struggle. They were not mere symbols of protection. They were, perhaps, reflections of the divine struggle itself. Could it be that the cherubim, in their ethereal forms, were as perplexed by the problem of evil as humanity? In a nearby town, the echoes of that philosophical debate found their way to Miriam, now grown and facing her own trials. She had lost loved ones to disease, seen the darkness of despair invade her once vibrant village. Yet, in her suffering, she discovered a flicker of hope. She often gazed at the stars, imagining the cherubim watching over her, tears mingling with the rain as she whispered her prayers into the night. "Are you there?" she would ask, her voice trembling. "Do you feel our pain? Do you carry our burdens?" Each night, she sought answers in the silence, yearning for a sign that she was not alone. The tension surrounding the problem of evil tightened like a noose, drawing closer as the stories intertwined across time and place. The philosophical debates, the cries of the suffering, and the flight of the cherubim wove a complex tapestry, one that would continue to echo through the ages. The heart-wrenching question remained, beating like a drum in the silence. If the heavenly beings watched, why did they not act? Hope and despair danced together, entwined in a ceaseless struggle, leaving humanity to wonder if the cherubim, in their divine wisdom, understood a truth hidden from mortal eyes. Would answers emerge from the shadows, or would the silence of the cherubim continue to haunt the hearts of those seeking solace? In the distance, a storm rumbled, and the promise of dawn lingered just out of reach, a constant reminder that the quest for understanding was far from over. In the stillness of a sun-drenched afternoon, a small village thrummed with life, laughter spilling out from every open window. Children raced through the narrow streets, their squeals of delight mingling with the warm breeze, while elders gathered in the square, sharing stories that seemed to dance in the air like the golden dust illuminated by sunlight. Yet, beneath this vibrant tapestry of joy lay shadows, waiting to awaken. A distant thunder rolled, and an echo of unease stirred the leaves of ancient trees, whispering secrets of fear yet to come. In every corner of human experience, emotion paints each moment in vivid hues. Joy, fear, and awe together create a spectrum that defines existence, a cherished treasure of the human soul. In this village, joy was a child's laughter, pure and exuberant, while fear lurked in the heartbeats of the townsfolk, memories of past storms flashing like lightning across their minds. Awe, on the other hand, hung like a heavy mist, waiting for the right moment to envelop the unsuspecting. One day, a traveling musician arrived, his fingers dancing over strings that sang of distant lands. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by the warm glow of anticipation. With each note, joy cascaded through the crowd, igniting smiles and twinkling eyes. The musician spun tales of adventures, of mountains kissed by clouds and oceans that roared with life. The people felt their spirits lift, cradled by the music that wrapped around them like a soft embrace. It was a moment that would forever resonate, a snapshot of collective joy frozen in time. But just as the last note faded, a chilling wind swept through the village, a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of life. The sky darkened, heavy with the weight of unasked questions. An eerie hush fell, a shroud of fear settling over the joyous memories, overshadowing the vibrant colors with shades of gray. Whispers spread like wildfire, stories of a storm brewing on the horizon, of a tempest that had torn through the neighboring towns, leaving despair in its wake. Faces once bright with laughter now wore masks of concern, emotions colliding like thunder against a stormy sky. Amidst this turbulence, a young girl named Alara sensed the shift. With hair the color of sunlit wheat and eyes that sparkled like emeralds, she felt the pull of fear but also the flicker of something more profound, an awe for the forces of nature that could stir such power. She stood at the edge of the village, gazing at the dark clouds rolling in, each one a testament to the wild beauty of the world. Her heart raced, not just with fear, but with wonder. It was this very fear that connected her to the stories of her ancestors who faced similar storms, who found strength in the chaos. As the first drops of rain began to fall, painting the ground in uneven spots of darkened earth, the villagers scrambled for shelter. Alara remained, mesmerized by the storm's arrival. She could feel the energy coursing through the air, every crack of lightning a reminder of nature's might, every gust of wind a call to experience life fully, in all its unpredictable glory. The world was alive, and in that vibrant chaos, she discovered a profound sense of awe that intertwined with her fear, creating a new emotional tapestry. With thunder rumbling overhead, the storm unleashed its fury, rain pouring down in torrents. The village was a canvas splashed with emotion, joy waiting to be embraced again, fear lurking in shadowy corners, and awe suffusing the air like the sweet scent of earth after the rain. Alara, soaked and shivering, felt a surge of determination. She remembered the tales of her grandmother, who spoke of storms as cleansing forces, of how they brought renewal and rebirth. Her mind raced with images of the sun breaking through the clouds, illuminating the world anew. Just then, amidst the chaos, the ground shook beneath her feet. The villagers stumbled, fear gripping their hearts as they looked towards the mountains. A low rumble echoed, and a cascade of rocks tumbled down, a stark reminder of nature's power. Panic rippled through the crowd, mothers clutching their children, fathers scanning the horizon for safety. Alara's heart pounded, but instead of retreating, she stepped forward, driven by an instinct deeper than fear. She felt the awe, the power of the earth was alive, a reminder of the fragile beauty of existence. In the face of the storm's wrath, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the village momentarily, revealing the faces twisted in fear, yet a glimmer of determination shone in their eyes. In that split second, joy mingled with fear, awe binding them together. Alara raised her voice above the howling wind, a melody emerging from her heart, a song of courage, of embracing the tempest. Her voice pierced the fear, weaving through the darkness like a guiding light, igniting a spark within the villagers. One by one, they began to join in, their voices melding into a tapestry of sound that danced defiantly against the storm. The joy of their united spirit pushed back against the fear, and awe wrapped around them like a protective blanket. The storm became a symphony, each crash of thunder a beat, each gust of wind a note of their shared resolve. They sang for hope, for resilience, for the simple beauty of being alive amidst chaos. And as the storm raged, something remarkable happened. The clouds began to part, the rain lessening, revealing a brilliance that seeped through the cracks, a radiant sun peeking through the tumult. In that moment, when joy, fear, and awe intertwined, the village transformed. The storm had unveiled a deeper truth, that every emotion, even the terrifying ones, could lead to a profound connection with each other and the world around them. Alara stood at the center, heart racing, feeling the weight of history upon her shoulders and the bright flicker of future possibilities before her. The village, once gripped by fear, now pulsated with a new energy, a testament to the emotional spectrum that flowed through every being. As the sun rose higher, casting golden rays across the drenched landscape, the echoes of their song lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the power that lay in embracing all emotions. And in that vibrant space between joy, fear, and awe, life surged forward, a beautiful chaos waiting to unfold. The dim light of the sanctuary flickered as the congregation gathered, their whispered prayers mingling with the soft rustle of hymnals. A palpable anticipation hung in the air, like the charged silence just before a storm. In that sacred space, the ethereal presence of the cherubim seemed to vibrate through the very stones, an ancient promise alive in the melodies about to unfold. These beings, often depicted with wings outstretched, embody the divine presence in worship. From the earliest days of the church, they have been woven into the fabric of music and liturgy, their names echoing in every hymn sung and every prayer uttered, connecting heaven and earth in a dance of devotion. The cherubim, guardians of the sacred, were believed to carry the prayers of the faithful to the Creator, their celestial voices harmonizing in an eternal choir that transcends time itself. Historically, the imagery of cherubim surged through the culture of worship in significant ways. In the early Christian church, where music served not just as entertainment but as a lifeline to the divine, the cherubim were invoked in chants and hymns, their names reverberating off the walls like a heartbeat. One could almost hear the echoes of the past in the soaring melodies of ancient hymns, each note a tribute to these heavenly beings. Within the Orthodox tradition, the cherubic hymn stands as a testament to this reverence. Sung during the divine liturgy, the hymn transports the congregation into a moment of sacred unity, a communion that draws them closer to the divine. As voices rise in unison, The words swirl like incense, filling the air with a sweetness that is almost palpable. Let us who mystically represent the cherubim. The hymn begins, inviting worshippers to join that celestial choir, to embody the very essence of those celestial beings, to encapsulate their majesty in every note sung. In the West, the influence of the cherubim has ebbed and flowed through the centuries, yet their impact has remained undeniable. Composers like Palestrina and Bach infused their works with the transcendent beauty of these heavenly beings, their music reaching heights that mirrored the soaring wings of the cherubim themselves. When the organ pipes burst forth in a crescendo, one could feel the power of the cherubim lifting the congregation, as if the very heavens were opening to embrace them. Every hymn, every liturgical setting served a purpose, not merely as a means of expression, but as a bridge to the divine. The cherubim, depicted in stained glass and paintings, were not just symbols but invitations to experience worship in its fullest form. As the congregation sang, their voices became one with the rich tapestry of history, uniting past and present, all while floating on the wings of the cherubim. The tension between the earthly and the divine played out in these musical moments. Imagine a quiet evening service, the low hum of the organ slowly filling the space. With each note, a sense of anticipation built, a heart racing in time with the rhythms of the music. Then, the moment arrived. A solo voice raised in a hymn dedicated to the cherubim. The air thickened with emotion, and suddenly, every soul present was transported. Tears shimmered in the candlelight as the voice soared, invoking the cherubim's celestial glory. This sacred symphony of sound and spirit resonated deeply within individual hearts, each person experiencing a unique connection to the divine. For some, it was a moment of clarity, a realization of their place within the vast universe. For others, it sparked an overwhelming wave of gratitude, the cherubim's presence igniting a profound sense of peace. In the medieval period, the cherubim found their voice in the chants of the Gregorian tradition, echoing in abbeys and cathedrals where monks dedicated their lives to the sacred song. As they sang, the walls of those stone edifices seemed to come alive, the very air vibrating with spiritual energy. The weight of history pressed upon the congregation, reminding them that they were part of a lineage that stretched through the ages, their voices joining with those who had come before. With each liturgical season, the music evolved, shaped by the cultural currents that flowed through society. The Renaissance brought a renewed focus on harmony and human emotion, and suddenly, the cherubim were not just soaring figures of awe but intimate companions in the worship experience. Hymns became rich tapestries of sound, woven with themes of love, hope, and redemption. The cherubim, once distant, became personal, their presence felt in the very fabric of every note. As the Reformation swept through Europe, the cherubim emerged in new ways. Hymn writers like Martin Luther embraced their significance, embedding them in songs of faith that echoed through homes and churches alike. The words struck chords in the hearts of the people, and suddenly, everyone was invited to sing along, to elevate their voices toward the heavens, to call upon the cherubim as partners in their worship. The passion of the people surged, and with it came a new intensity in the music. The beloved hymns of the Wesley brothers ignited the spirit of the masses, their compositions filled with the essence of the cherubim, offering a glimpse into the divine. And can it be? They sang, voices rising in fervor, weaving together the threads of their faith with the celestial melodies of the cherubim, urging everyone to participate in this divine dialogue. In contemporary worship, the cherubim continue to hold a significant place. Modern hymn writers draw inspiration from their ancient legacy, crafting songs that speak to the hearts of today's believers. The imagery of cherubim is woven into lyrics that echo the sentiments of longing, praise, and adoration. As the music plays, it invites worshipers to experience the same awe and wonder that believers have felt for centuries, a connection to something greater than themselves. Every time a congregation gathers, the cherubim are there, breathing life into the music, lifting hearts and spirits. Their presence transforms the act of worship into an experience that resonates deeply, evoking emotions that can leave one breathless. The voices rise, harmonizing with the deepest truths of faith, and in that moment, time seems to stand still. In that sacred space, each note sung becomes a prayer, a heartfelt expression of devotion that connects the earthly to the divine. The cherubim, in all their glory, become both guide and guardian, leading the faithful through the labyrinth of emotions that worship can inspire. As the music swells, the air thickens with the weight of history, and with it, all the prayers, hopes, and dreams of those who have come before combine in an unbroken chain of worship. As the service continues, the notes linger in the air, weaving through the hearts of the worshipers, creating a tapestry of sound that bridges the gap between heaven and earth. In that moment of unity, the cherubim stand watch, their presence palpable, waiting to guide the next hymn, the next prayer, and the next heart raised in song. The experience unfolds like a beautiful symphony, each heartbeat echoing with the promise of something deeper, something eternal. In a dimly lit chapel, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on the weathered stone walls, illuminating the intricate carvings of cherubim that adorned the arches. Their faces, forever caught in serene expressions, seemed to whisper secrets of a time long past. For centuries, these celestial beings have walked the line between divine and human, embodying hope and redemption in a world too often steeped in despair. Each cherub, with its delicate wings and piercing gaze, was a reminder, a promise that light could break through the darkest nights. Long ago, in ancient Mesopotamia, before the world was divided into nations, the cherubim first took flight in the imaginations of the people. They were not merely decorative figures. They were guardians, protectors of sacred spaces, watching over humanity with an eternal vigilance. The Sumerians believed these beings stood at the threshold of the heavens, their wings poised like shields, ready to deflect the shadows that threatened to engulf the earth. Here, the cherubim were symbols of hope, their presence a reminder that even in chaos, there was order, and from destruction, rebirth could emerge. As centuries rolled by, the cherubim migrated into the heart of Judeo-Christian tradition. They became intertwined with the story of creation itself, appearing in the book of Genesis, where they were set at the entrance of the Garden of Eden. This sacred place, a paradise lost to mankind, was guarded by cherubim armed with flaming swords. To Adam and Eve, expelled from this hallowed ground, the cherubim represented not just a barrier, but a glimmer of hope, an assurance that redemption was possible, even in exile. In the grand tapestry of history, these beings have been depicted in countless forms. In the art of the Renaissance, cherubim took on a new life, painted with tender strokes on the ceilings of cathedrals, their innocent faces gazing down upon worshippers. They became symbols of divine love and grace, embodying the belief that no soul was beyond salvation. Artists like Raphael captured their essence, allowing viewers to feel the weight of their gaze, as if the cherubim were urging them to seek solace amid the turmoil of life. Amidst the clamor of wars and the rise and fall of empires, the cherubim remained a steadfast presence, reminding humanity of the redemptive power of faith. During the Dark Ages, when despair hung heavy like a shroud, churches became sanctuaries filled with their imagery. The faithful would kneel before altars adorned with cherubic figures, their hearts heavy with sorrow yet lightened by the promise that grace could come anew. Here, the cherubim weren't just symbols. They were intertwined with the very fabric of hope, guiding the lost back toward the light. In the Middle Ages, the tales of cherubim took on a new form as they became part of the rich folklore that surrounded them. Folklorists spoke of the cherubim as guardians of dreams, protectors of the innocent, and messengers of divine intervention. Children would whisper prayers beneath the stars, believing that the cherubim would carry their hopes to the heavens. They became a bridge between the earthly and the ethereal, reminding the young and old alike that even in their most trying moments, help was always near. As history marched on, the Enlightenment brought about a shift in thinking. Science and reason began to take precedence, and the mystical aspects of the cherubim faded into the background. Yet, during this era of doubt, their symbolic nature endured. In times of great personal loss or tragedy, people still turned to the stories of cherubim as a means of solace. The heartache of war, the grief of lost loved ones, and the struggles of everyday life were momentarily soothed by the belief that redemption was always just a prayer away. The Industrial Revolution, with its promise and peril, marked another pivotal moment for these celestial beings. Amidst the smoke and clatter of machines, the cherubim became an emblem of hope for many who felt lost in the rapid changes of the world around them. Artists began to resurrect their images in paintings and sculptures, infusing them with new meaning. They were no longer just symbols of the divine, but also representations of the resilience of the human spirit, an unyielding belief that, no matter how far one might stray, the path back to grace was always open. In the modern era, cherubim continue to resonate with people in profound ways. From tattoos inked on weary arms to the vibrant murals splashed across city walls, they serve as reminders that hope can be found in the most unexpected places. Their images comfort the brokenhearted and inspire the dreamers to rise above their circumstances. In moments of despair, when the world feels heavy, the sight of a cherub can evoke a spark of joy, an echo of laughter from childhood, or a promise whispered on the wind. Across cultures, people have shared stories of serendipitous encounters with cherubic figures, moments when they felt a loving presence guiding them through the storm. These stories are woven into the narrative of the human experience, reminding us that hope and redemption are not merely abstract concepts, but tangible realities in our lives. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, the cherubim beckon us to find the light that shines within us all. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over the horizon, one can almost hear the flutter of wings in the silence. The cherubim stand vigil, timeless sentinels of hope and redemption, watching over the world with unwavering compassion. Their presence is felt in the laughter of a child, the embrace of a loved one, and the quiet moments of reflection that fill our hearts with warmth. The tale of the cherubim transcends time, echoing through the ages, reminding humanity that no matter how deep the shadows may fall, there is always a glimmer of light to be found, a promise that hope will endure, forever entwined with the human spirit.